Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent His messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the message, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. Then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness, by giving, will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand, if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community. To be there to serve, to expand, to be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life, in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle. Which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe and the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Welcome each and all beautiful stars. This is the Keshe Corona Telegram meeting in English for August 29th, 2021. I'll be joined today by Alex Skoric and many other knowledge seekers from around the planet. We'll call it a meeting of the minds or a meeting of the souls. And as we know, all of our souls are connected. As the creator is connected to everything, so our souls are connected to the creator and built on top of and above the soul of the creator. So that's why we can connect with most things, because the creator's in everything you can see or you can't see. Before we go into learning a little bit more about the universal body enhancement, I just want to encourage people that there are open positions within the Universal Council. For example, in the United States, we don't really have a UC member. I don't know if there's one in Canada or not, but there's many countries that aren't. And it's the leading of your soul that'll bring you into that position. There's just an age requirement of 60, but if you're below 60, you can become a Universal Council supporter. As we know, this is set up to interface with the universal community, as well as solving some of the problems here on this planet. So I would encourage everyone to think about and listen to your soul. And again, Mr. Keshe doesn't encourage you to be there for life, but he encourages new people and new fields and new souls to come in as time goes along. So it's not a position you'd have to take forever, but you can support the Universal Council as a Universal Council supporter forever. And he didn't want to see it go this way for lifetime memberships or anything along that line. For some reason, the person or seems to become or think there's some sort of icon, and whatever they say has to go. But we know that's not the case. So we are looking for new people to become Universal Council members. Each nation has one. And of course, they'll appear right on time. So again, welcome everyone. Is there anything we need to do right now, or is there anything anyone would like to say that's urgent on their minds before we learn a little bit more about the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit? I take that as an all quiet. So let's learn a little bit more about this universal body enhancement. And again, you've seen these things many times, but sometimes watching it more than once or twice or 10 times actually opens up new knowledge to you that you weren't aware you saw before, or it touches you in a different way, or it creates some sort of emotion because of what you're going through in your life right now. So I think I'll just play this and then we'll go into a teaching. I think it's from the 347th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe informs us that even the UFOs have now become obsolete in a way, as this unit is the most advanced, and I don't want to call it a piece of hardware, but a system that's ever been introduced in the universe. So this will also benefit the universal community, as I understand it. So let's just go through this and we'll learn more. I seem to be always lately, since I did an upgrade on my system here, it seems to always not carry through on the volume. No. Let's back it up. Sorry about that. I don't know what the glitch is.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Now, I would like to explain to you everything about this Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit as we heard in this little bumper. It's definitely a game changer, but I don't know much or very much about it at all. I think I do. So rather than hear from me, let's hear from the actual creator of this unit. And he's even wowing those in the universal community, as you will hear shortly, that this is a huge game changer and is making some of their craft, or most of their craft and the way they fly, totally obsolete. Let's hear from Mr. Keshe on this directly. There's something funny about my system in the last upgrade of an Apple that doesn't allow it to, doesn't seem to allow the volume to start. We have the volume up. It's up over here. Let's double check. Try it again.
Thank you very much, Rick. What we do in the process of teaching is what we share knowledge and understanding. And in so many ways, we share knowledge freely to to be able to evolve man to a new dimension, to new understanding, to new process of elevating the soul of the man at the same time as physicality of the man. One of the biggest problems in the coming time will come when the soul of the man has to protect the physicality. And in that process, would the physicality be able to stand what has done to the soul of the man? In so many ways, the transition between the two will bring a new dimensions of understanding between the both. What will happen in the coming time as we put and we go through this process is that as the soul transfers and expands beyond the physicality, in a way it feeds the physicality. It gives it all it needs in all dimensions. And would it be this a way to feed the man himself directly? In a way, by retraction and expansion of the soul on a regular basis, maybe every day, every time that is needed, man will repair himself. Man will clear what has been exposed to which is not good for him or what is needed to be done. One of the next steps of the technology development is this. This is what we are about to teach. In a way, in a space we cannot carry as much as no medicine, no food, no material. We cannot keep on carrying machineries that can provide or systems that can provide such a thing. Mankind has to reach a point where he can with trust to extend one to another, which means allowing the soul of the man to take the shape of the physicality, but at the same time in that process do all repairs and all is needed using the energy of the soul of the man. Or in so many ways, as the soul of the man expands beyond the boundary of the physical condition of the man, then mankind changes. As I said, in the coming time, in the near future, illnesses will be unknown as we handle them at the point of onset, be it cancer, be it infections, be it viruses. One of the most important part of this technology development is access to the fields of the universe. In the coming time, man has learned and has to learn how to tap into universal fields, how he can take from the universe what he needs, be it on this planet, in the open span of universe, on the star. Once man matures to understanding of the totality of work of his soul, any point in the universe can be his oyster, be it on the surface of a planet, be it in the depth of oceans of the materials which man has never known, or be it on the surface of the sun. As he can adapt his soul to the condition of physicality and become part of it. Many of us in past times have seen a ball of lights flying within, around, and maybe in distance. In a way, mankind has got to reach this point to become a ball of light. And this is where we try to take the education and understanding. This is where we try to bring the totality of what it is and how it can be. And would it be in the benefit of mankind to go through this adoption so fast? Do we need, or have we passed the point that we need to understand the totality? Transmutation of elements is the dimension of physicality. Transmutation between the energy and the elements and from elements back to energy is the key to the life of the man in the depth of the space. One of the reasons we developed the enhancement units is to create this condition for those souls who have been elevated to the point of understanding and being able not to go through the transmutation of the elements, but to go through the transmutation of the fields into elements and back to. The technologies which we'll teach in upcoming months will teach mankind this in so many ways. In so many ways. How would mankind live this cycle will be utterly and totally dependent on his total understanding of his existence. Where and how and in what dimension. In so many ways, what we need to understand is to what extent humanity will come to understand the structure of itself. And would humanity take a new step to understand more about himself in the depth of the universe? In a coming time, we will teach how to become a ball of light in the depth of the universe. To become intangible, but to be seen to be tangible. In time, mankind will take steps, and we teach you through the enhancement units how humanity needs to understand the work of its soul. We take new steps, and with it, we reach new dimensions. And in so many ways, we need to understand the totality, how we can heal. Heal the sick body of the man. Does our soul takes this a step, or would our soul understand the totality of the science and technology of the universe? It'll be a dilemma for human race. And in understanding the totality of it will be part of the work of what we'll teach. As I said, we have taught many theories. We have brought you to the point of understanding. And now, with the availability of the universal systems, we make man a man of space. In so many ways, the shape of the new enhancement unit for space, if you thoroughly understood it, is nothing but what we see as we were teaching before, a ray with a particle in between. This is what we taught last week about rays, photons, and particles as we see the light. In a way, if you understand, man with a new enhancement unit for space will have the possibility to travel the span of the horizons of the sun. But this time, the sun is the son of the creator, not the son of the man on this, what we call solar system. The reason the shape of this system has chosen this way is the evolution in science. This is where I explained in the teaching last week that we take the soul of the man within the light. And in so many ways, when this system adopted the way we have, the shape of it shows advancement in the science and technology of the universe, where now a man can be carried within the soul of the light. If you understand, if you could fully understand what is explained and what is said, is, as I said, we bring you the latest technologies available to man to travel with a shape like this takes a lot of energy. To travel with a shape like this, as you have your enhancement unit, is a massive development in the space technology, where the new system can travel with the speed of light, but be a particle of the light. This is what I explained in the teachings. Now, in the book 1, we understood the structure. In book 2 is the structure of the light. It's the way the man will travel from now on. Even this, in the history of the science of the space technology, is obsolete. In a way, when the man travels in this dimension, he becomes the light, and he becomes the soul of the light. In so many ways, the new enhancement unit for space technology will carry the soul of the man within its structure, within its parameters. And then man can travel in the speed of light according to the understanding of the soul of what we call the captain. And in so many ways, we will see new structure. If you look, what we have as an enhancement system is a flying object, which the man who sits in it become the soul of it, become the particle light instead of a photon light. This is what I explained. We go from book 2 to book 3. And now the system to be delivered, an even system enhancement unit, the body enhancement unit, has been set for that purpose, to become the particle of light. But this time the light, the speed of light, it depends on the strength of the soul of the captain. He or she decides what it sees in the horizon of the light of his soul. In a way, we look into space to see the sun, to see the rays. And in so many ways, when you are the sun yourself, you sit within and you become as is, not as part of. In so many ways, today's teaching, when I started, is understanding that in the center is the particle, the system, the way we will travel in depth of the universe. As I mentioned in the teaching of the past, we bring the technology that not even existed in the universe and is a new breakthrough for universal community. In so many ways, the new enhancement unit as a flight system is a massive breakthrough in the world of science of space. If you look at the structure, it's very much the same as before, but it developed in the structure that if you look at the old, what we call the UFOs, you will see the bracket of the light and balance of the controls. In the new enhancement unit, this has been converted totally in a way that suppresses it into 2 lines internally. When I designed the spaceship, the enhancement unit as a spaceship, the whole thing was taken in instead of being out. This is a massive development in the space technology beyond imagination. But if man understands his power, in a way, we have turned this into this internally. We don't look outwards, we look inwards, and this gives us a massive strength, and at the same time in connection with the soul of the operator, it becomes the motion and the notion of what he or she wants to do. The new enhancement flight system will break through new technologies. We bring in the totality of the understanding of all aspects of the creation, even to the level of the soul of the creator. As the creator travels in both dimensions, both as a photon and as a particle. The new enhancement unit, which has been developed, and you have one on the table in the arena of the exhibition, is one of the most advanced flight systems ever known in the universe. We always worked with the interaction of the fields of other positions in the universe. Now, for the first time, we work within the structure, the soul of the universe. In a way, we took the ship and turned it inside out. And it's much more efficient, it's much more reliable, and it can reach across different universes much better, safer, and in totality. When we designed the enhancement unit, was a way to cover the eye of the man from the total reality of his creation till it could be unraveled and revealed. And today we have shown you. And if there was no exams in this, today you would have witnessed one of the most advanced flight systems in the universe. The two units are ready for not only demonstration, but delivery of the technology and the change for the course of humanity. It's the time when we take possession of the peace. This is the time where we take to force mankind peace. Maybe tomorrow, and maybe Monday, we'll open the Zoom, if the system allows, and we demonstrate live. Nothing has stopped me to show technology, even if it fails or if it doesn't work. But gradually, the way we did before in the Sensano, when you used to be with us, Keshe Foundation is so confident in its technology that it can demonstrate with no fear. We will turn on both systems tomorrow morning and come with us and celebrate with us in a new breakthrough. We try and will keep the control system out of the site, but we'll let you see what effects might be. But in true, the enhancement, body enhancement, is one of the most advanced flight systems ever known in the universe. The UFOs you've seen are obsolete by thousands of years. The new system not only elevates the soul of the man, but uses that elevation to control the destiny. And in so many ways, is the creation of a new cycle of technologies which is unknown. But at the same time is new to the whole of creation. Unknown, but effective to bring changes for any race in the universe. As we test
we all shall see, and we all shall learn. At the same time, we wait for the return of the head of the Keshe Foundation to be able to operate in full as she carries the soul of the system within. And in that process, we develop new technologies and we release more new technologies. In so many ways, we are ready to take man into space. But the biggest question is man ready to become part of the space? The change in technology with a simple structure of the new system will bring a new dimension in every aspect. In the teaching of last week, somebody asked, what do we do with all the pollution? I tell you one thing, with a new technology, what do you do with a new construction? How do we build a new society that uses the new understanding and not the old? The new ethos and not the old. In so many ways, if man likes to create new structures, man just needs to fly one about and the structures will stack up. My wish is my command. The new enhancement units will carry man into space, in the deeper space and to other universes that man has nowhere not to go to, but man has everywhere to go to. With transformation of the soul of the man with the physicality, man will live everlasting life as he lives through the dimension of the light. But there is still a pleasure in the dimension of physicality wherever he decides. The new space technology which we open in NENS and we demonstrate will bring in a new dimension into space and space travel for human race. There will be some shaking and shackling, but at the end, man will take off. All systems produce fields at the level of the creation, if the soul of the man to be, or the physicality of the man to be. The new, what we call photon and particle system, as you've seen in the enhancement unit, will create the same condition for the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. Where man decides to become physical, will go into the dimension of particle. And when man decides to work in the dimension of the soul, it goes in photon. Now you understand why I opened the discussion last week with the system on the floor. Man has capability to do both. As we said, we have built the system. Now we are going to test the systems. as a knowledge seeker writes, we are not such a bad race. We can love and care for everyone in the universe. But we have to see if the totality of the man will take that course. If the totality of human race accept the new conditions. The new enhancement system is where we start showing the reality about the space travel. As of tomorrow, whenever we get a chance, we bring you online. We won't tell you what happened, we show you what is happening. And at the same time, I hope those of you who are in the center will enjoy the beauty of what you will see, or what you feel, as majority of it is in the essence of space and time and strength of the emotion and the soul of the man. Are there any questions?
Okay, are there any questions or any comments? Apparently, we're going to be taught through these enhancement units what the capabilities and understand the structure of ourselves more and more. And it looks like you can travel with the physicality as a particle, or you can travel as a photon on the level of the soul. So this is totally unaware to most people on this planet, but as you become more aware of it, you'll be able to participate. He talked about expanding and retracting the soul on a weekly or even a daily basis. So this is some sort of practice. I think once we are taught and experience this through this universal unit, it will be absolutely phenomenal as we learn to take the fields of what we need, as I understand it. So this is a revolution in the entire universe, it looks like, and it's been brought here on this planet. Even those who are flying the UFOs now, it's a game changer for them. And as Mr. Keshe said, maybe humanity now will look like the aliens and not the other way around. So we're going to be learning so much more, but it has to go step by step. And it's in progress and it's being tested now. So it's a real game changer for all of us. And we can become travelers of the universe and go back and forth. I know Mr. Keshe said if you see a star and you could be in this unit, you may not physically be at the star, but you could tell through your physicality and speak what you're seeing, what you're smelling, what you're feeling, what it looks like. Are there others there? The shape of them, perhaps. So this is a phenomenal tool. And again, another priceless system that is brought here for our elevation and for our understanding of what we can do eventually without any of these systems, as I understand it. Would anyone like to make any comments? Has anyone dreamt about traveling in space or seeing the beauties of the Creator? It's all going to be put on the table. It is on the table right now. And as Mr. Keshe has been alluding to, other companies will be licensed to produce this. Even mentioned recently that they're going to put 100 centers within the United States, that they didn't need any partners, that the Keshe Foundation has the capabilities to put processing centers. And again, it's not only for the physicality, it's also for the soul. So depending on how it's set, and it can be set in a number of different ways, and as he said, we won't show you the controls, but you'll be able to experience the actual workings of it, as I believe it'll all be controlled out of Tehran. And this is a very important feature. for the world peace. The world peace is going to have to be signed if anyone wants to participate or play with this new technology, this phenomenally new and phenomenally advanced piece of equipment or system that's been produced here by Mr. Keshe. So we should feel very fortunate. No other parts of the universe really have this sort of system, and it's being made available for man to become part and join with the universal community. Or maybe the universal community will join with us. I think it'll be a meeting of the minds and the souls, as they say. Would anyone like to make any comments? Hopefully you'll be able to talk more intelligently about this. But he did say the creator travels in both, using a particle, or he can use a photon. So he can travel in the dimension of the physicality, or he can travel in the dimension of the light, I believe. Or maybe it's both in the same light, but one as a photon and one as a particle. So much we're going to be learning, and this is all a reflection on our own structure. You, every one of us, apparently all of the stars here carry these capabilities. We just need to learn how to open the door or find the key. And again, once we do it, it's just like an emotion that you haven't experienced before. Once you've experienced it, you'll be able, most likely, to recreate it in some shape or form. And we know a lot of it has to do with emotions and traveling. And it's the same when you dream. And as he pointed out, it's much safer and as far as traveling with a physical craft. But some people will still probably want to be in the spaceship because they're so physical, they need something to get into. But for many of us, I think it'll be a very good chance we will use our soul. We will learn how to move around, and we will come back to report it, or even report it live as it's going on, what we see and what we experience. So a real game changer has been brought to this planet. It's in the process. It's been being developed. It's added to. And I know Mr. Keshe said the original one, they've done more research on it. The original, if the original one was a 10 horsepower, he didn't say horsepower, he just said 10. The new one is a 10,000. So you compare a 10 horsepower to a 10,000 horsepower, you have a universe of difference here. So we're very fortunate to be part of this, to experience this, even if it's only in your thoughts right now. You've only seen pictures of the unit, but we know it's at Linz, and there'll be more going into Iran as well. Arizona will receive 10, I believe, and there'll be centers set up all across the United States. So a real game changer, and we should be very happy that we can even be aware of it, and hopefully we can all participate and experience what it's like. I know he said at the exposition center, the new one, that if you go there to get into the unit, you will not be allowed in the unit for whatever reason. So don't go there with the intention of you're going to sit in the unit and see what it feels like, because he said that will not be allowed. So a beautiful platform table is being spread, and it's up to us as well as the world leaders to come on board and to experience this, and to stop all the wars of aggression and a lot of other crazy things that are going on this planet right now, and move into the real work of the universe. Anyone would like to state their understanding or question? And hopefully we all get to experience this in the very near future. Okay, today is Sunday, and Sunday is the day that we do the Dome of Peace. We spray the plasma waters around our area, around our home, our environment, perhaps our business, office, parks, and anywhere you think it's needed. We're learning to spray a dome of peace, and we're also going to learn how to create a dome of life as well on different planets as we travel, and as the physicality would need some of this protection. So let's just go to the 181st, One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. The Dome of Peace from Mr. Keshe. And I think we'll have Mr. Keshe read this. We're going to do this, and we have been doing this every Sunday, much better than going to the church or the mosque, I'd say, as we're actually elevating and learning how to elevate a soul of a planet. And there's probably more to it that hasn't been revealed to us, but our part is to, at 12 or 6 p.m. every Sunday at the same time, is to take the plasma water. And again, as Dean has said, and I agree 100%, you don't even need the water. You can use the fields of your soul to help to elevate the soul of this planet to a peaceful condition. So let's hear Mr. Keshe's rendering of this request. Why my system will not play? It will play.
It's I'll have to find it.
Oh, no
Do you have
problem,
a
miss.
link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look. I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And as we know, it does seem a little bit strange to many people that you could take water. Of course, we know it's just not plain water. It's water with fields in it. And actually, through your intentions and through the fields, go out and elevate a soul of a planet. Now, again, many of us do have to see to believe, but blessed are those who believe without seeing. I think it's been voiced that way. So we know what we're doing, and our intention goes out, and we will see the results very shortly as the nations start to come on board. They start to sign the World Peace Treaty. And perhaps it's part of it is the soul of the planet influencing them, but we can also influence them as well with our soul. And that has been the wish of the Universal Council of late, is to elevate the souls of your leaders, our leaders, the world leaders, into a position where they see the error of their ways and a better way to proceed and to go on and to receive advanced technology in exchange for peace. So that's what this is all about. Is there anyone who'd like to comment on that, or if you've done this today, what you experienced? I know Ms. Lopez in Mexico has been doing a collective thing with knowledge seekers around the world. But again, whether you're part of that, whether you're there or you're not, we're all coordinating and spraying at the same time. And we know our intentions and our wishes to elevate the soul of the planet will manifest. They probably already have, as Mr. Keshe said, we're all waiting for the world peace, but the world peace is already here. The one planet is already here, and the one nation is already here. So just understand it is present. And of course, with the soul of Mitra appearing and then appearing in the physicality will just add more to the whole endeavor, I believe, and probably consolidate some of these loose ends that are hanging around. So We are in a position of advanced knowledge, advanced understanding, and I don't understand much of it at all. As a matter of fact, I probably understand less than 1%, but it's my wish that I want to understand more, and I will understand more as time goes on and as we get processed through these units and correct some of our physicality and elevation of the soul. So it's a very great movement that we're doing every Sunday. You can encourage others. They don't even have to be knowledge seekers. They can just want to see peace on this planet, or peace in the soul of this planet, which will create a peaceful condition. As we know, we're all connected to the soul of this planet. It came to our creation in conjunction with the soul of the sun, and so on, the soul of the universe. So many beautiful things within the Keshe Foundation, even though sometimes it seems like we're going through troubled waters. That's all part of the learning, and we had to go through many of these things to get to where we are. But it also builds a lot of confidence to know that you can sail through troubled waters and come out the other end in a very peaceful condition. And that's what I think is going to shock many of us. A lot of us just think it's something that's being done, and it may or may not work, but I think in the end, we're all going to see that it did work, and you're all part of this. So I want to thank you. And that's what stars do. They support each other, and they do beautiful work, as Mr. Keshe reminds us to think good and speak good and do good. And I think that gives a beautiful covering for all of us to practice amongst each other and with people that we meet on the street. Okay, let's see. Is there anyone who wants to bring anything up at this point? Otherwise, if Alex is ready, I think we'll go to a teaching. Alex, are you with us yet? I'm just looking here. Yes, you are.
Good day, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Well, we're quiet, that's for sure.
It's for sure. Yeah. What are we waiting for? Oh,
Yeah, it's good. Sometimes the knowledge is rather deep, and it hits people in a different way, and they need time to really think about their position and the position of the Keshe Foundation and what their relationship is to it. So it's all good. It's all going to work out just fine. As Mr. Keshe indicated, the souls, and this has all been planned out in the background. Every detail has been planned out. So no worries, even if it looks like bad times or good times, it's all going to work. And hopefully we won't need to be, the problems we're facing now are enough to make us realize we need to wake up and join with the universal community and the new technologies. So Alex, I hope you're ready.
I'm ready. Would you be so kind as to, can you
Sure.
do the disclaimer?
Sure. I want to thank you so much for being part of this. And I also want to credit you with doing so much work in the other language communities, as well as the other teachers like Jalal and so many others that I'm not even aware of in China or Germany or other places around the planet. So
Were you were in the class on Monday, weren't you?
I stopped in for an hour or so. I was just listening in the background, and of course, just supporting on the soul level. Just what we do with the Universal Council. You don't have to speak verbally to support the Universal Council. You just go ahead.
Were you present at the emotional break?
It's not ringing a bell. You mean the emotional break in the Monday class?
Yeah.
No, I would say no. Was it near the end or the beginning?
No, it was in the middle, and it was quite the event.
Is there anything you'd like to share, or can we learn
the thing
something?
is,
Can we learn
the thing
something?
is, yeah, there's an emotional connection. And when we make that emotional connection, it really changes our viewpoint. And how many times do I say point of view, and how many times do I say connection? And what was very interesting how it dovetailed, and I didn't even plan on it. As you know, last week we talked about the GANs of connection. And then on Monday, we talked about the emotional presence, which probably most of the people at this session have already heard. That was my third time to make that presentation, but the connection was made, and it was absolutely astounding to go through that experience. And as you know, the week before we were talking about the yellow submarine. And it's very interesting how many people have discussed that in the last 2 weeks, people that I don't even know. And the reason for it is because of the GANs of connection. And the GANs of connection is a non-tangible thing. So today we're going to try and review some of the old classes and see how it fits with the new classes. So please go ahead with the disclaimer and I'll
I
get
will.
into it.
And if I
Thank
could
you,
just
Mark.
mention, it was very nice in the Portuguese meeting too. There was a lot of emotion expressed there by the woman with the
Oh.
flowers.
Would you tell the audience about that, please?
Well, I don't know the exact story. Perhaps Raphael would, but she apparently was doing fine. And then the plants, the tomato plants, looked like they were getting a little bit yellow. I know she was spraying the leaves, and I thought that wasn't actually correct. I know she was doing a lot of spraying. So she got some sort of friend to help her with it. And they put some sort of tobacco as maybe a pesticide or something on the plants. And I guess they weren't still doing good. And another thing that happened was she picked up a container of caustic instead of with water in it, it was a liquid, and she by mistake sprayed it on the plants. Well, she was feeling really bad that, she had hurt the plants and the leaves were falling off and they weren't looking good, but she continued and interacted with the plants, and then she continued spraying the cup one, I believe it was, eliminated this pesticide that was given to her, some sort of natural tobacco that I've heard of this. But the plants came back so strong. I think on one of them had 65 flowers on the roses, and it was a beautiful ending and a beautiful journey for her, as well as all of us. By her sharing there, we all became elevated. So I thought that was a beautiful testimony, and you could hear her emotion. She was really connected to these plants and felt she had injured them by spraying the caustic. Of course, anyone, just if you have any caustic on your arm or hand, you can feel the stinging sensation. So spraying just one little pinhead of it, you can feel the sting. So she revitalized the plants, and they really showed their beauty and told her how happy they were of her love and care, as I see it. I don't know if Raphael would like to add anything to that. He just came in. He may not be able to, but it was a beautiful, beautiful testimony that we saw. And another beautiful example of the Keshe plasma in agriculture or horticulture.
You summarized it very beautifully, and you hit the high notes on that. Yes.
Thank
So
you.
we're talking about the emotional connection.
Yeah.
And how many of us are having difficulty understanding that, but it's not gender related, and it's not age related. And in fact, it's not earthbound or spacebound. It is universal. Thanks very much, Mark. Let's
Right.
get this business with the disclaimer, and let's
Right.
have a great session, please.
Thank you, Alex, for being here, for your presence, and for all the work you're doing around the Keshe Foundation. Beautiful example to all of us of serving, as well as Jalal and many other teachers that we know.
Disclaimer:
Mentioning the
the
cat,
information and
and I have a
education
question.
material contained herein is meant to promote.
Okay, I heard a familiar voice.
Yeah, we can. I can ask after the disclaimer.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Jalal.
Thank you.
Let me just, for some reason, this one has a much stronger volume on it, even though it's set at the same spot.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Alex, do you mind if I get you a t-shirt with this printed on the front and the back? You can say, no, I always use the disclaimer. It's right here. Gosh, Jalal wanted to come in, but I also see Liliana Lopez has joined us, and let's go to Jalal first. And then if Liliana has anything she'd like to say about the spraying of the Dome of Peace, which again, this is one of the reasons we're here. It's not the exclusive reason. The real reason we're here is to take man into space. Jalal, go right ahead, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mark. Hi, Alex. Can someone please teach us how the ears work? I have something. I have a purpose from this. So, any physician here can teach us how the ears work. Sorry, Alex, for starting with this, but it's very, very important.
No problem, Jalal. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, sound goes in through the canal, I guess, and then vibrates a very thin membrane, which is stretched over something. And there's many parts within the ear. I don't know all of it, but somehow the brain translates the vibrations and it sends it to the brain for this understanding. I don't think the ear actually hears anything, just like the eye doesn't really see anything. It sends its information to the brain. So that's about as much as I know about it.
So, do the sound penetrate to reach the brain?
I would imagine it's in the same proximity, but whether the brain can't interpret that sound, it has to come through the information sent by the ear, or maybe it can. The soul is sitting there, so the soul would understand it doesn't need an ear or a mouth. The soul of the man.
If we have two magnets, let's say, and these two magnets, it's happened from the same kind. Let's say we have a magnet of wood and we have a magnet of iron. Which one interact with which one? Similar plasma, yes?
A magnet of iron and a magnet of what?
A magnet of iron and a magnet of wood, a magnet of plastic, a magnet of whatever. In this case, which one is interact with which one? So similar plasma or near similar plasma interact with each other. So let's say the magnets of iron, because we are working with it and we have it in our hands. Do the magnetical field of this iron or this magnet penetrate the other magnet, or it interact in its level of strength and push and pull the other magnet?
With all the fields coming out of a magnet, I would say there's probably one field or array that it could choose to interact with. But again, I'm not positive on that. As we've seen, there's millions of rays are coming out of the north or the south. So if you choose the right one, I would think you could interact. And of course, the soul of the creator is in all of it. And when we can't interact, then we go to the creator and ask the
And
creator.
why don't you think you cannot interact, and the soul of the creator is stronger and reach faster than the matter state
Because
level?
of what you were saying, dissimilar plasmas, they only interact with similar plasmas.
So if they interact in this way in physicality, let's say only the physicality which is interact, okay, but that do not mean the souls also in their level they interact. Similar fields, also the soul have a fields, and the emotion have fields, and they have a point and position where they interact with. If the soul isn't plasma and the emotion isn't plasma, and even the physicality isn't plasma, so why we consider only the physicality which is interact, and the soul and the emotion do not interact in their level? So when, go ahead please, Alex.
Jalal, are you alluding to the fact that we really shouldn't listen to the words that people say? We should listen to the intentions behind their words?
In a way, there is, because the three component of the plasma, we know now it exists. Why we always trying to understand the physicality and do not try to see which is beyond them? Even the words, what we are listening to, it is in a way interact with the ears, but actually do this voice or this vibration or this whatever we call penetrate the body of the man? If not, and it is the weakest in that plasma, so why don't I go and try to find which is the strongest, and this I have.
So you're saying rather than working with the doorman, you want to work with the boss.
Exactly. Boss with the boss. And you know now you are a boss. Why don't you work with the boss?
That's what Mr. Keshe says. He doesn't work with the physicality. He works with the soul.
You remember in the deciphering when we said even the energy of the food actually in its level, even that do not penetrate the cell. It is a magnet, which is the magnetical field of it interact with the magnetical field of the cell, and this itself make a dynamic in the cell itself according to the interaction. It is. Can I use a whiteboard?
Sure.
Can I have 5-10 minutes, Alex, please?
I'm going to stop sharing. Oh, gee whiz.
Let's see. We need a whiteboard. I'm going to share the screen. I'll continue. Oh, go ahead. Can you give him a whiteboard? There we go.
I put one up.
Thank you. If I take the ears and what we said about the ears and how it work in this level and transfer this energy to this energy, which is the brain understand. This energy itself, A, it do not penetrate, let's say, to be B. No way. This is a cell which this one here do not penetrate. It is only this level which is interact. And here we have the B, which is inside our brain, which is similar to the red one, which is trying to, by push and pull to transfer this push and pull to its level of understanding, and then we hear it as a voice. So if this one, the red one, it is part of this plasma, and we know that the red one is the part of the matter state. So in this plasma, we have another colors. We have the green one, and we have also the blue one. And every one of them have its own even matter state, which is interact with this guy here. We call it the brain of the man, and it have itself its own, the green one and the blue one in this case. So why we consider only the red one exist, and we depend on, and we do not understand and trying to work with the other component of the plasma. And it is higher and stronger. So whatever voice you hear, it is a plasma matter state. So it's coming from this guy here. But before this guy reach you, there is two levels which is reaching you before everything, and the speed of itself. So why don't I try to work with these two? Because I have them inside me, similar. It's a huge, when you really understand that nothing can penetrate your body. It is only push and pull of the similar plasma, which is here mimicking the same push and pull due to the environment. The environment change, this one here change due to the environment. When this one change, everything, the dynamic here in this cell, whatever cell it will change due to the environment. And in this case, we call it a good cell and a bad cell. It's due to the environment, nothing else, because we choose to work with the matter state. So there is two of the components still there we are not using or trying to ignore. And what Mr. Keshe trying to teach us, that we can work with them also. So thank you, Alex, Mark.
Yes. Have you been listening to the health teachings? Is there one on the ear?
Yeah, there is one on the ear, but I wasn't listening. I am occupied with my work here. But this came to my mind, and I said, okay, if we have a device which we can really go to it, and we understand it is already the scientist is already explained to us that there is separation between the device which is receiving and the device which is emitting inside the brain, which transfer this kind of energy. We call it the frequency of the vibration or the voice to something that the brain understands. So in this case, Mr. Cash from the beginning said, nothing can penetrate your body. Nothing, even the food, even the water, even the air, it do not penetrate. And when he explained about the stomach and the intestines and what happened there, how you get your energy. It is only, you know, if I can call it, we have a monkey see, monkey do in our cells. Monkey see this sort of energy, he mimic the same energy inside him. And this is our life which is going. Converting energy to another energy, which is inside, he can do. That's all. Nothing can penetrate. No water go in, no air go in, no food go in. And if you understand that, it will be very easy to work with the plasma in this case. So you do not need to see the matter state. We call it ganses, and this is our problem. We still want to see the ganses.
And the
We do not
nano.
go to the fields. Okay.
Thank you,
guys.
Jalal. Alex, if you'd allow, Jalal, would you like to share something about teaching and teachers? And maybe put out some of your understanding about the need for teachers to come forward?
You know, there is a lot of people, they do not approach even talking because they're afraid they are wrong. And they cannot really add. But it happened that every one of us, even if he speak wrong or he teach wrong or he talk wrong also, he will add, because there is some of us will make it correct for him. And in this case, we all will be benefit. And so this also a wrong thing, it will teach. And you know what? Once you understand, you cannot stop teaching, because more you teach, more you receive in this aspect. It happened like this. You have no say in it.
So if
You
I'm
mind-
wrong or you're wrong, nobody deducts any money from your pay, right?
Exactly. And it's time, really, it's time to give, guys. And I think the way you can give, simply you can give, it's by teaching. Even if it's 5 minutes, just make a video, whatever you want to make with the plasma, just make it as you are teaching it to yourself, but make a video of it and put it in YouTube, put it in Facebook, whatever, put it to the KF. It must be someone, it will be in your level, whatever level you are, it will be in your level, and he will be benefit from it. Or he will ask something, what is that? What you are doing? How you do it? Can I add something? Can you take from it something? Can you learn something? Can you develop? So we all can do that. And we need the teachers, and you will be, you know what? You are here as a knowledge seeker, and you don't know, in the future, you will teach. You will teach to yourself, you will teach to your family, to your children, to whom who need it, you will teach. You will not say, okay, just take it and go. You have to teach them. So, and it's no wrong. Nothing is wrong. Whatever you teach, it's not wrong. And don't be afraid. All of us here, as always I say in my teachings, we all wrong because we do not have the full view, the full picture. Thank you, Mark.
Beautiful.
Alex.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward.
Thank you very much.
50, 500.
Okay, that's a deal.
PayPal?
The other components.
And that's just a joke. No one's getting paid. We're all serving because
No.
that's part of it. No?
No bribes here.
Right.
Welcome, everybody. This is
Thank you.
Keshe Foundation Television Network, part of the KFTV Spaceship Institute. We welcome many groups from around the planet, and we appreciate you all being here. Today's presentation is from the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Education Institute. The subject is plasma science. We're continuing into the understanding, advanced understanding, which is a little bit more than the advanced basic understanding. Nowhere near advanced science. But as Jalal said, we're getting there. And today's topic is monatomic. Not the first time we're talking about it, but we want to add to it. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is August 29th, 2021. This is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. And welcome, everybody. So today we're going to be talking about some chains. And I would like you all to rise and sing the national anthem. No, never mind. This is not a football game. Okay. So we were talking about, please excuse my sense of humor. I'm trying to have some sense of humor in this pandemic. We all need to have enjoyment when we're working too. So that's what we're trying to do. But in review, as Jalal mentioned about the teachers, we started with basic teaching, which introduced terminology way back October of last year. And we did some intermediate and advanced teaching, as mentioned. It's all part of the basic teaching. And then we opened up some basic understanding. A little bit more advanced, we discussed all these subjects that you see here. And then we moved ahead a little bit with intermediate understanding. And now we're involved with advanced understanding. And as we moved along through the various subjects, today's subject is monatomic. And we have a couple more classes, which will be coinciding with the 20th anniversary. So terminology is very important. So we're going to review a little bit of the terminology. And of course, we're focusing on monatomic today and what it means. So monatomic has a relationship with the magnetical gravitational relationship. And so the new students need to learn about these words. The mature students need to use them in the daily dialogue because this is a natural process. We call it natural plasma because it is natural. We all want to get back to nature. Well, you can't get more back to nature than discussing natural plasma. And one of the aspects today is the monatomic aspect of it. So all the would-be teachers need to see how to interpret this because we are trying to take off the chains of man. We find it in our atomic structure, which is the lowest element, lowest energy level. The elements are all chained together, and some of them are more flexible than others. And we found that when we move into the monatomic state, it was the beginning of the unchaining of man. And so we're going to expand on that, just like our friend the caterpillar there. So we need to review because there are millions of people out there who have no idea as to what we're talking about. And so let's not leave anybody in behind, and let's quickly review, because the universal order of the creation of matter is kind of what it's all about. And that was discussed in book number 1. And Mr. Keshe has drawn attention to that book again and again. And the reason for it is because you read and you don't understand. So you reread it and maybe you add to the knowledge. And we can add the knowledge through words. We can add the knowledge through words or through thoughts. And or through plasma. And so we had to understand the structure of light. And the point is that there is a source, there's a destination, so there is an origin of the universe. And what we're discussing right now is our destination. And in order to understand this destination, we have to understand where we came from. So this is why we discuss the creation of the universe. So most of us have gotten here because of the cups of life and because of the pandemic. And so that's kind of what we call the corona dividend. And it's only going to pay off if we learn our lessons. So the key point, as the corona is understanding, it exists from energy. Corona is an energy pack, and so we're an energy pack, and we're always in motion. And because we're in motion, we have to have a charge, so we know which direction we're going. But on the picture book number 1, we see we can create a field, and in that field is containment of energy. And how do we contain that energy? And where did that energy come from? So in the picture on the right, you see that there are 2 fields and they interact. And so there's energy going back and forth between. And what are the rules engaging with that? And where did that energy come from? And then, where does it start and where does it stop? And so we say, well, the PM takes our energy in motion. These are energy packs. And when they come together, they create an interaction in a force field, and they do their little dance, and they create a balanced condition, which we call a maggraph. So this is the basis of creation. Now, our point of view is, are we on the product end of the creation, or are we on the creation part of the creation? So, and we can be on all sorts of points of view, because our interaction with everything is magnetical. And magnetical involves attraction and repulsion. But magnetical and attraction and repulsion to what? So we have to have a context. We have to have a maggraph condition. So from there, we can be magnetical or gravitational. And this is the part that science is, generally speaking, discounted. We discount our presence. So in other words, when we want to be participants or observers, we want to just observe without affecting the experiment. So we want to extricate ourselves from the universe. Well, good luck with that. See if you can do that. You would be one hell of a magician. See, because the whole thing about the energy, it's either converging or it's diverging. And so there's a gravitational magnetical relationship, but it also is traveling from one place to another place. And so the cups of life were used to demonstrate this. So you have to understand that the cups of life were introduced for the pandemic, but they're not called the cups of pandemic because there's a lot more that's going on. And what we've tried to do is allow people to see that there is a connection, and we're used to wires connecting, but we need to understand that there's a connection of the fields. And how strong are these fields? So, we started with basic nanocoding, and that created a monatomic structure. Last week, we talked about the GANs of connection, and how far do these fields go? Well, I don't know. How big is large? So let's start at the bottom, at the lowest energy level. So we have a zinc plate and a copper coil and nanocoated copper coil. And from that, there is a field interaction where we create a magnetical field and a gravitational field. So this gives us a balance. And so when we're looking at the detail inside the cup of life, we have to understand that what is going on inside this cup of life on this low energy level, the methodology is the same as it is on the plasma level. And so we need to use these cups of life as a way of teaching. Teach the interaction of the fields, because 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, we're inundated with our limitations. And there are no limitations in the universe. If you look up into the sky, it's amazing what's going on up there. But you look at our life, well, it's equally amazing what's going on down here, because we're only seeing what we see. We don't see what we're creating. And in this case, we created a zinc and a copper GANs, which affected our physical and emotional stability. And we made a connection with the CO2 GANs. well, where did these GANs come from? And isn't it interesting? Along also came amino acids, which is part of the protein. And when we create protein, we also create water. This is an important phenomenon to understand because there's another phenomenon, and that is we have soft tissue, we have flexible tissue, and we have rigid tissue. And the combination of those three tissues allows us to walk, shall we say, like a man. And we need muscles to do that. So we introduced a second cup, and the only difference is we substituted a copper plate. And the reactions are the same, magnetical gravitational field. So two cups, both different, but actually working on the same principle. But one is emotional, one is physical, because there's a relationship. And that relationship has to do with field strength. So when we say field strength, we didn't say how strong. And when we say the interaction of the plasma, we didn't say which plasma. And so quite rightly, when we say, well, one is emotional, one is physical, well, it has to do not with the exchange of energy, which in this case is magnetical, but because this energy flows beyond the field of the cup and it has a personality. So if we're dealing with the virus, which also has multiple personalities, then we need to keep these cups a meter apart, because once they establish a field strength of magnetical gravitational field strength, they no longer see the boundary of the physicality. This is what we have to understand. How do we go from this limiting boundary to beyond this limiting boundary? And so we have to understand the difference between holding a battery in our hands without being able to hold the energy that's in the battery. And the only way that we can discharge the energy of the battery is when we make a connection. And even then, we can't see the energy. We can only see the form artifact of the manifestation of the motion of the energy. So, maybe we'll turn on a light bulb or play with one of our toys or something like that. But with the cups of life, the virus is an energy pack. So what we want to do is deplete the energy or convert the energy somehow. And we've been successful in doing that. And we have the documentation to show that. So after we finished, which for prevention may take up to 3 days, or for recovery, it may take longer. It all depends, so there is no time frame that is, allocated to that. What we're looking at is creating a field strength. And in that field strength, we create a magnetical force field. And from that, we create a gravitational force field. So collectively, our physicality combines the emotional and physical aspect of it. But who's running the show here? So we introduced the cup of soul, which is the third cup. And the combination of these three create a basic dimension of our, shall we say, living environment, which involves then magnetical, gravitational, and soul fields. And we find the soul fields are in the center. So not only does each cup have a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each cup have a soul position, but the collective arrangement of the three cups creates a magnetical gravitational relationship, and the collective arrangement also creates a soul field. And this is the beginning of a star formation. And with respect to this star formation, it has to have a reference point. So we had to have two other cups. One is the inertia and one is the earth cup. And so when we looked at the cup of inertia, it is basically created the same way with three components, but there's a difference. In the cup of inertia, all the components are nano-coated, and they do the same thing. Again, magnetical gravitational field. And then when we introduce the cup of the earth, all three components are nano-coated, but now we introduce the iron coil. And the same reaction happens, magnetical gravitational field. So when we're saying nano-coating of what? And when we're saying GANs, we have to say GANs of what? And when we say field strength, same thing. We have to say field strength of what? But then we also have to say field strength of what, where. So when we look at all 5 cups together, we find that there's a relationship between us as physical beings, as humans, and the relationship between our environment, which is our Earth. And there is an interaction and a connection between. And so there is the origin of the unit of the energy, which is the PM ticks, which are traveling all over the place. They come into a force field, which we now call the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergent matter. This is all part of plasma. This plasma, which creates a maggrav, and its gravitational point is non-visible, non-tangible, and it's a field interaction with another non-visible, non-tangible force field called inertia, which is a representation of the environment. And in our case right now, this is our planet. So our range in motion is based right now on this planet between the ground and the sky. But it's our point of view is from our soul. That is what's within us. And so when we look at our structure, we see that the dynamic plasma structure, of which is our gravitational component, is our emotion, physicality, and our soul. But that has a relationship and somehow gets transformed into a relationship with our environment. And then there's another relationship that we have with our environment, which allows us to move. So we actually have 2 transformations, one into our physical body and our physicality into our physical environment. And from there, it gives us both. We can have a transmutation into our plasma state, and we can have a transmutation into our physical state. And so now we have a better understanding that we have 3 levels: soul, emotion, and physicality. And there's a relationship to the basic. And, we're just slightly above basic in these classes right now. But we see that there's a dichotomy with the GANs and nano state, because that's physical, but it affects our emotional state, which is not physical. So the conversion from the physical GANs to the emotional GANs is a point of conversion, just as it is a point of conversion from our physical state to our soul. And so there is a governor of our environmental physicality. There's a governor of our body physicality. So our environmental physicality and our body physicality. And I want to talk about both today. This is why we're reviewing the monatomic structure. So when we look at the various components within, shall we say, our body or our Earth, we find that there are a lot of star formations. This is the basis of the plasma science, is how we go from one point, get into a star formation and create a field. And the most important star formation, of course, is the amino acid, because that is the creation of a structure. But this structure comes from one point, which is the energy in motion. So if we look at the collective energy on this planet, the energy is coming in from the universe. But if we look at our range within this planet, our environment within this planet, the energy comes and goes the same way. So the energy conversion is the transaction currency, and that transaction currency is the plasma field, and the energy is contained in the plasma field. So there is a way to move the energy from one field to another field, and this can be done, obviously, physically and emotionally. but more importantly, it can be done plasmatically. So that's the point. I was trying to make a point because we are doing dimension building to understand that we have already been created. So how did we build these dimensions? So it would be instructive to learn how to put these points together. So you have one point, you add a second one, and then you make a connection. And from that, it grows. So from this one little point here, then you say, well, what are the processes to grow from? So why don't you just grab one end and swing the other one around? And then you keep swinging it around as much as you can. And well, you know what's interesting? When you look at the galaxies in the universe, you can see a clear picture of how they're swinging around. And you say, well, how big are these forces? And what are the principles of these forces? And so you'll find that they are, well, kind of exactly the same as the PM ticks, which are energy packs. They come together, and when they come together and they're similar, they create a little dance, and from that, they begin the construction. So we start with an X and Y axis, and then we grow from there. So we learned about the nanoflow, which starts from by nanocoating a copper wire. So that was the basic lesson. And the copper wire in matter state, and we nanocoated it and created a new energy level. And then we looked at the nanowire and we saw that there are gaps in between. And so it's these gaps that create a positioning. And then we discussed the rules on positioning. But the point is, the nanoparticle is a maggraph. The gap in between is also a maggraph. And there's an interaction between the points and the gaps. And it's the strength of the gaps that determine the positioning of the points. That's the point. So as these points get together, they create a position. And so one of the basic positions was a star formation. And as in outer space, we don't know which way is up, and we don't care, because the energy is the relationship between the points, not the environment. Okay, this is exclusive of the environment. It's the manifestation of this form artifact, whether it be in a plasmatic condition or a physical condition. That artifact is a manifestation of the energy. So in this case, it being a star formation. And so we like to see things in reality. So we find that in the plasma science, 1 and 1 is more than 2. And how much more? Well, we don't know. But the thing is that you know that when you have a partner, and if those partners work together, then you can become very productive. And that productivity is a result of the energy that flows between these two structures. So in fact, although these two structures are aggregates of monatomic formations, they work as a team. And that team then becomes a monatomic structure in context. So that star formation becomes a monatomic structure, and it has the same characteristic, which allows the energy to flow. And so we find that this becomes a superconductor at room temperature. And because we don't know which way is up and which way is down, but we do know that the monatomic structure, or the nanocoating structure on that of a nanocoated wire, can be 30 to 50,000 layers, let's say. So we can see that there are many, many opportunities for star formations. And in fact, that's one of the things that makes it so strong. So when we look at a fatty acid and we find that its construction, and here we have an 18-chain fatty acid, we find that there is a balance of energy on the top and the bottom, but on the left and the right, there's a difference. So we understand from surface to volume ratios that the left is being bigger is going to be positive, and the right-hand side being smaller, smaller having a higher surface to volume ratio, that's the negative charge, that's the giver. So the energy that is getting into this maggrav condition is being given out on the right-hand side. And this is a straight structure because there's a balance of fields on the north and the south, right? And so this forms a chain. Well, this brings up a question, which is why I brought up the subject today. When we look at an energy parceling unit, we can see that water is the universal solvent on this planet. And water consists of 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. But we know that the oxygen is at least 8 times stronger than the hydrogen. And so it takes 2 hydrogens to balance off 1 oxygen. So even if the oxygen is 8 times stronger, instead of being 8 to 1, it's 8 to 2. But how does this become a maggrav? And when you look at the water droplet, and if you look at it in slow motion, you will see that it's perfectly round. Well, how can it be round when it's not symmetrical? In fact, it's asymmetrical. And then with the negative hydrogen, it has a direction. So how can this thing be round and have a direction? Because if it's round, then round and round she goes, and like where she stops and nobody knows. And then they say, oh, you know what goes around comes around. Okay, well, that's kind of like a dog chasing his tail, isn't it? And so it's a good thing the universe doesn't work that way. But this is when the energy flows in a straight line. So how do we go from this amino essential fatty acid, which is a rigid straight line, into this curvature here? Okay, and it's not just a curvature, but there are bends. Okay, so how do we bend? And how do we bend and keep this together? And then so we created a star formation by simply changing the relationship with respect to position. That's all it is a change in position. And so when you look at the star formation, and it kind of looks like the Canadian maple leaf, but it kind of also looks like humans. We have a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, and a body. But let's just look at how these things move. And that's the point. Energy is always in motion. So we're kind of just taking a picture. So let's see if we can bring this chain around this circle. And if you let your imagination run, you could say, well, maybe this kind of looks like a brain, or maybe it looks like a heart. Let's see, they say it's like a brain. You have 2 hemispheres. You have the soul in the center, and then you have the spine on the back connected to something. Or, maybe it's the heart, and that's kind of connected to the brain, but where's the connection? So let's look at what's going on in the body. So when we look at our cells, which construct our body, we find that our cells take these fatty acids, and the 2 red legs that you see on these phospholipids are the fatty acids, and they are straight, and they're connected at a head, and they are in 2 rows like soldiers, and they face each other. And this is really a good thing, because these fatty acids are oily, and we are 75% water. And if we did not have this transition zone, which separates oil and water, we not only would be bags of GANs, but we would be bags of mush, because there would be no inside and outside. It would just be a complete mishmash of everything. So fortunately, we have hydrophilic heads, which love water, and we have hydrophobic tails, which don't. And so we keep water on the outside and we keep water on the inside. So the in-between is the transition layer. And our transition from the inside to the outside stays within our body. And the Earth's transition stays within its core and within its magnetosphere. And we happen to be within the range of the Earth. So our range is anywhere within the Earth's range, but our range is maintained within our body. And so in our body, we have this gravitational relationship and we have this magnetical relationship, which are balanced. And then outside our body, we have an aura, which represents our magnetical field. And then inside our body, we have our soul. And now the question is, if we have a balanced condition on the north side of the phospholipids and a balanced condition on the south side, how do we get these curves? So when we look at the action, let's say in alpha linolenic acid, and we say, well, that, that we call that omega 3, 6, and 9, what happens on one side, we get rid of one of the hydrogens. Okay, so now we have a bigger gap. Because we have a bigger gap, the repulsion strength is weaker. And it's weaker than it is on the other side. So we have a bending. So this is how we can create a bend, just by eliminating one of the hydrogens. And so we found through this progression in a previous class that we can create a bending in all the joints. And if they're done uniformly, then it works very efficiently. But in the process, the convergence of the energy flowing through these bends creates oxygen, and it also creates water. So now we see that somehow, some way, when we look at these phospholipids, they encapsulate each and every cell. The phospholipids actually go around in a circle. Well, first of all, how does the energy come in? How does the energy go out? And how do you bend when the one side equals the other side? So you have a balance between the north and south, or shall we say a balance between the outside and in. How is that possible? So something else is going on. And so this is what we talk about, the transmutation of energy. So what's going on in the PM ticks and how they do a little dance, what's going on in our cells and how our cells can be created and then actually grow and manifest into organs is the same thing that we have happening in the rest of the universe. So when we want to look at what's going on, all we have to do is change our point of view, but our point of view has a reference point, but the rules are the same. So there's an in, there's a connection, and there's an out. And the thing when we look at, like we talked last week about the GANs of connection, we've seen in a daisy chain. And when we say daisy chain, is when we can have things at the same level and they connect to each other and energy flows. And in the example I used last week, there was a connection of water. And so the water was flowing as long as there was water coming in and it was allowed to go out. So then the water could flow in between. And so we've seen that had to do with connection. And each of these, you could put as many structures in the row, and they would all be self-contained monatomic structures, but they can daisy chain to each other so the energy can flow. So how many in this connection? Well, I don't know. It all depends. And so when we look at the periodic table of elements, we found that we have a whole bunch of what we call transition metals. And so these transition metals take us from here to there, and they have these characteristics. So if we review the surface to volume ratios, we find that by putting a bend in the road, we have created another dimension, and we have created another flow of energy. So where we had 2 negatives and 1 positive, now we have 3 negatives and 2 positives. But at the same time, going on a different axis, so let's say the first one on the left, you only have the x-axis. We put a bend in the road, the x-axis has a bend, but now we introduce the y-axis, and the y-axis introduces another oxygen. So we have 3 negatives and 3 positives. But wait a second. The one negative at the top is connected to 3 positives. How is that possible? Well, let me just see here. What happens if we keep bending this thing? So we all know, and I talked about last week, the shine. The shine had to do with how flat the field of rotation is. The flatter the rotation, the greater the shine. And so here is a zinc plate. And as you can see, it's kind of middle of the road shiny. It's not dull, but it's not brilliantly shiny. And we find that we can bend it. It's very pliable. And so we bend it. And we find that, okay, that's possible. But if we keep bending it, we find that it breaks. So somehow, some way, that flexibility has been compromised. So in fact, that chain has been broken. And I didn't have to use scissors or whatever. But how I did it is I put the 2 plates together and flattened them out. And so when we look at the chain, if we say, I can flatten out this chain, and if this chain has links on the side, and these links are negatively charged, then they cannot combine. They have to be facing outwards. And so the chain can fold over, but there's something wrong. We are missing a charge. It is not possible to do this. What we have to have is an opening of the field. Okay, because if this is a representation, let's say, of that fatty acid, so we have hydrogens on the left and we have hydrogens on the right, and they balance off, there is no reason for the bend unless something happens. So either we minus 1 on the inside, or we add more on the outside. Okay, so now if we look at the flattening of the field of rotation, we find that the flatter it is, the incoming and the outgoing are coming together. And as they come together, they repel. So if they repel, then we found that, well, how do we get that bend? Because if they're repelling, then that bend would be fatter, kind of like the crust on a pizza. And you say, okay, well, there has to be something going on in there to allow this to bend. And so what you create is a rotating field. Now, when you look at this rotating field, that is like a small atom. And when you look at the rest of the universe, that's like a big fat atom. And the reason I'm saying that is because the plasma rules that create the universe or that create this convergence of PM ticks are the same. The rules are the same. So now that we have this gravitational MAGRAV condition, now this can converge, and in fact, we can make the turn. And so we find that if we use this shinier metal, and if we put an additional loop, in other words, a MAGRAV at the one point, we can not only impart rigidity, in other words, rigidity of the flow in and the rigidity of the flow out, but we can bring in springiness. And not only can we bring in springiness, but we can create flexibility without breaking the joint. And you know that you can do that because all of you can clench your fist and you can open your fist and then you can clench your fist. And many people go to the gyms and exercise and they're opening and closing their joints all the time and they don't break because they are flexible. You can take your skin and you can paint your skin and then your skin will relax. And the reason they can do that is because it's flexible. So we have some chains which are flexible and some chains which are rigid. And this is what allows the diversity to happen on this planet. But from the plasma science, what we're looking at, this convergence, this rotating field on the right-hand side is like a monatomic structure. And from that monatomic structure, it expands outward. But because the energy has to flow in, it comes in on one way and goes out the other way. Well, what determines that this energy will go out in the same relative direction as the energy coming in? It has to do with susceptibility. If we change the susceptibility, then that energy may not go back into the principal universal line magnetic field strengths. It may go to another one. So in other words, when two MAGRAVs come together, if they have a relationship, they may have a connection. But since in this picture we only have one MAGRAV, so to maintain that MAGRAV, that energy has to go around. And how did it go around this sharp turn? Well, it had another MAGRAV in between, and that's the connection point. So where do you also see this phenomenon? So if we look at the origin of the universe as described in book number 3, we find that one field creates the two. So we said there's a relationship where as if the one neutron creates a proton-electron relationship. And the combination of the energy in the proton and along with the electron does not equal the energy of the neutron. There's something missing. And so we find then that's the plasma energy which we haven't taken into account. It is that plasma energy that we don't take into account when we look at the matter state, and then we see how what happens with the monatomic structure. This is not possible. It is possible in the physicality because it's a low field strength. But when you get into a plasma field, there has to be an opening. There has to be an inside. There has to be an outside. This is how the nanoparticle becomes a Gans particle. A Gans particle is like popcorn. So you take this nanoparticle in the center and you pop it out. It is this popping out that allows curvature. This allows curvature. So when we look at the essential fatty acid and we see that we have a carbon link as if this carbon link was this chain, and we see that we have a hydrogen on the north side and a hydrogen on the south side, and this chain is rigid. And that is because there's a balance of repulsion and attraction between the hydrogens. It is not possible to have the same energy on the one side and balance it off with the energy on the other side, where you have compression on one side and exposure on the other side. Something has to happen. The fields have to open up. So in other words, something is not something what you think it is. What I'm saying is that we have a nanoparticle, and then we have the energy. And in order for that energy to move, it has to open up. And this is what we're talking about with respect to the plasma science. In order to move up to a higher energy level, it has to open up. It is this opening up which allows this to happen. First of all, you have a balance in the water molecule between the hydrogen and the oxygen. That creates a mag-grav condition. But the water molecule is a universal solvent, and it makes life possible on this planet. And as you see how the water comes in contact with other water, there's a bumping, and this bumping action creates waves. So when you look at the crystalline formation, and they say that these hydrogen are at an angle of 104 degrees plus apart, 104 degrees being slightly more than a right angle, which is 90 degrees. That's an arbitrary position because in liquid form, the water is constantly moving. So these hydrogens are bumping back and forth, not always at 104 degrees. So what happens when they bump with each other and they bump harder? Then they create waves. And as they bump harder and harder, the waves get higher and higher. And then you can have the turbulence. And all of this is a representative of the environment and what happens. So this energy is constantly in motion. Now, if we didn't have this flexibility with the water, and if we didn't have, the fact that we're 75% water, and if we didn't have this flexibility in our skin, and if we didn't have this forgiveness with respect to our gants and the cushioning of our gants, we could never play American football or rugby, because those sports involve extreme physical contact. And yet it's possible. And we use that as entertainment. And so this is this springiness. We have a rigidity, we have a springiness, we have a flexibility. All right. And so this comes in from the changing of the energy states and the fields. So just because we have these physical characteristics, when we see the linking of everything together, we can see that we can create these bends. Some bends are soft bends, some bends are extreme bends. So if we take this chain now, we see, well, we have created two legs, and we see that the rest is a body. And inside the body, we have a heart, right? Well, what is the heart connected to? So maybe we need to have a head. If you have a body without a head, it's hard to work. And so the chains around our head have an effect. The chains around our body have an effect. And what that is, it creates our physicality. And when we look at our physicality, all we see is our body, but what we don't see is the substructure. And what we have to understand, just like in water, there is a substructure. Just like in our cells, there is a substructure. So there's an inside and there's an outside. And somehow there is a curvature. And the only way that we can have this curvature, even when you're looking at the spring relationship here, This is a springy metal, and you can see how it curves around, and it has a relationship. So the strength of the core is representative of the strength of the magnetical field. The strength of the core is the gravitational, the outside is the magnetical. The stronger the inner, the stronger the outer. The two are relative. So when we look at the basic oxygen molecule, we find that the oxygen molecule consists of 8 neutrons and 16 electrons. So to have this positioning, we have to have a relationship where we have a compactness in the center and expansion on the outside, just like our safety pins. And to understand this in life, look at what happens to this daisy. And we talked about last week, and we'll look at the yellow component in the center. And you see that each of these formations is a hexagonal formation. So each of the formations within the formation is a structure within a structure. So we have a hexagonal structure within a round structure. The way the structure is created is through a rotating field. And then at some point in time, the same energy is applied, but the manifestation of that energy changes from this yellow circle in the center to these white petals on the outside. And you can see that the structure in the center is round, whereas the petals on the outside are kind of flattened. If you look at the circle, these petals are very flattened, and they're in fact somewhat pointy at the ends. And there are other plants that are extremely pointy. In fact, there are some plants that are downright prickly, like roses, for instance. Beautiful flower with all these pins all over the place. So when we look at plasma, we have to understand that plasma is a kind of energy state. And because of how it's affecting our life, it's very important. And if we intend to catch a peace dividend, if we intend to catch a corona dividend, we have to understand how these things interact. So what I've been trying to demonstrate is how all things are working in combination, and there's a pushing and a pulling, which creates a maggrav condition, but there has to be a residue. And that residue is the energy in motion, and it is that residue which allows the curvature. And how do we have this interaction of energy? And the rules that we have on this planet apply to everything in the universe, except we're ignoring one most important rule, and that has to do with the ethics, because the ethics follows the same energy path, but it involves morality, compassion, and courage, something that we don't have enough of on this planet. And the reason we have a dearth of that is because we are ignoring the obvious. So the plasma conversion has to come in to help us to restore our emotional and physical vitality, because the actions that we have on this planet are depleting us of energies, and some more than others. So when we look at our soul of the body, and this is all that we see, that is a very limiting transformation. That is just our transport vehicle. But when we look at the soul of the man and the combination of it, that is the transformation of energy. And we need to elevate ourselves to get in between the two. So in summary, when we look at this reality, we have to understand that there's a perception of what we call a stacker reality, where all these energies within the stacker units all come together and they form another. The formation of this other field is what we call a manifestation, and it is the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So we always say the manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. Sure. So it could be plasmatic or physical. And, what we see is all we understand. That's the light matter, but the substructure is the dark matter. So there's a plasmatic reality and the physical reality. Whichever reality you're talking about, that is the form artifact that is manifested. And so the emotions of presence is also a manifestation, therefore a form artifact of what? All of this is energy in motion. But some people, well, we all need energy. We all need to be self-serving for our needs. No one knows our needs better than us. But do we have to do it at the expense of others? And do we have to really be skillful at being deceitful and double-crossing others? Because really, there is an overriding desire, and that is to get back to nature. But when we look at the relationship of the magnetical fields of the sun and those of the earth, and we find that the field strength is so much different. Well, that's where we have to come in with our thinking. Which part of the relationship are we? So when we look at the peace dome, what do we want? We want peace on earth. And why and how do we do that? Well, we do that. We can do that physically. In fact, there's a lot of things we can do physically by not doing a lot of things physically, but it's through our soul intention. And so the field strength comes from the monatomic seed. And this monatomic seed affects both the soul of the body and the soul of the man. But as we said, microcosm, macrocosm, the soul of the body can be the seed of the soul of the man as well. And so when we look at this peace dome, we see that this is our ticket to the universal community. And we do this every night when we take the chains of man and we release the chains to allow the soul to travel. And so now we're coming to a new point where we can take our physicality with us if we wish to do that. So we have to understand about the soul feeding. And so this is the physical destination of our dynamic transfer state, but we can also do a physical transfer because by changing and opening up the field. We open up the field. So when we look at a Gantt bowl, each of these negative points is diverging. And each of these is a graph. And each of these is monatomic. So when you're looking at a Gantt particle, the energy flows as a combination of multiple monatomic structures. But each of these creates a structure. And there's a boundary. And so we see from the logo of the Hispanic community that we can all have a magnetical extension of our physicality with our arms and link up with our neighbors and create a bigger bond. And so we can do this physically better. We do it plasmatically because the plasma manifests the physicality, not the other way around. So that's why the Universal Council emblem does not have the physicality. So when you think about this, remember, you can't think about this physically. You have to think about this with your mind. That's why the soul food says, tune in, turn on, and drop out of your physicality, but allow the energy to come. Still allow the energy to come. You provide the pattern, you get that energy. So when we take our little caterpillar and it starts to fly, it transforms into a butterfly. And so when you look at the wings of the butterfly, it's like the two hydrogens in the water molecule. And when you look at the body of the butterfly, it's like the oxygen in the water molecule. And the flapping of the wings is the bumping back and forth with the fields. And this allows the butterfly to fly. And wouldn't it be amazing if man could design a spacecraft to fly like a butterfly? The only thing we could do is sting like a bee. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute is bringing this plasma science into public domain. We need the World Peace Treaty to move ahead. We need to restore physical and emotional harmony and vitality because we've been depleting our energy. We need more energy to advance to the next level. And as we gain more knowledge, we also get this energy. But automatically we become truth seekers. And here's the problem. Do we become difference makers as a result? So each of us has to, shall we say, come to grips with that reality and understand that the dynamic plasma state within us is the universal language throughout. And that's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to make this presentation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, Alex. If we go back to the water molecule with the two hydrogens, I'm still confused on why one of the hydrogens has to leave and go off as a, I guess, a PM tick or something. Why? And wouldn't that create an unstableness in the water? I think I'm missing your teaching on this. I know you
Which
say
is-
it creates a hydroxyl, but I'm not sure about that either.
Well, this is why I keep repeating this class,
Yeah,
because it is a tough thing to understand.
okay.
So where
It's one of the very first ones, I think. And you always use it, but yet I don't feel I've understood what you're trying to convey there exactly.
what I'm trying to convey.
The other, no, the one
I'll
before.
find it.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can find it faster. And well, this is the one that you're asking me about, I think.
No, I'm asking you the one with the two hydrogens and the
Yeah.
one oxygen. And then you always say it has to give up one of its hydrogens
Okay, I got it.
to do cleaning, or in other words, the water gets dirty. What is it doing there? I wouldn't think it would have to give up the hydrogen, otherwise it changes its structure. Or maybe it is changing its structure. No, it's right in the, I think.
Is this
one
the
of
picture?
That, yes, that's the one.
Well, you see, this is the anomaly. The hydrogen is 8 times stronger than I'm sorry, the oxygen is 8 times stronger. So how is it possible to be a maggrav? How is it possible to be around? A maggrav is a balanced condition between the magnetical gravitational field force. How is
Okay.
it possible for this thing to be balanced? If I took a teeter-totter and I put 2 hydrogens on one side and the oxygen on the other side, there wouldn't be much teetering or tottering. The oxygen would be,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
Okay, so something is going on. Okay, so these hydrogens are moving and they're bouncing back and forth. Okay, where's that energy coming from? We're not asking these questions. We go through, school and universities and PhDs and everything. And we don't ask these questions. Ask this question: where is this energy coming from? This is a balanced Magrav condition. Something's missing. That's the point.
Alex, this is Ed.
Hi, Ed.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure if I understand either, and I'm not sure what your question is pertaining to. But could I give how I see this Magrav balance thing?
By all means.
The way, and I don't know if this is entirely correct or not, but Mr. Keshe has taught us over the last couple of years that at the plasmatic level, the energies are different strength levels. They're not physical components like a hydrogen and an oxygen, but each one is a plasma of a strength level. And the way I've always pictured it, like when they combine, all the plasmas combine and they create a certain strength level that then reaches a balance point, which is this circle, and it manifests in the physicality as a certain structure. And that structure is what we see as H2O. What do you think of that?
I think you're right on.
Okay, so the balance structure, the roundness is in the plasmatic. That's the balance where it reaches its point of physicality. So,
oh, why? You're making me happy.
Okay, well then take over, please.
No, you take over because you're doing great.
Well, that's just the way I see it. I mean, I see all of these atomic structures that we've been taught in school and stuff as a representation in the physicality of different strength levels of plasma and how they manifest themselves in this environment. Like Mr. Keshe always teaches us, our body is this manifestation in our environment of the human plasma, all of its tentacles and arms and different appendages and all this stuff like that. And so our environment dictates the structure of a strength of a Magrav plasma in certain ways. And that's what we're seeing with all these atomic structures, I think. So the question is how, I don't know, I've always not made the connection between the plasmatic and then manifesting in our environment. I know it's a result of the interaction of the two, but I still can't honestly put it together. I guess if I could, we would understand how to manifest the plasmatic into the physicality. And I know we're working towards that, but anyway, I think that's what I've got for now.
Sure. So you look at your own progress. Okay. And every week you're getting more and more confidence in your understanding. All right. Because there's a consistency to the teaching. There's a consistency to my teaching. There's a consistency to Mr. Keshe's teaching. My teaching and his teaching are different because we're different people, but we're talking about the same subject. And it's not unique to us. You have it as well. And, I see the progress in your explanations. So let me be perfectly critical. You are always very, very unsure and uncertain because you've got your feet planted firmly in midair. You need to be grounded in your knowledge, and you have to understand and then make the connection from there. And you are achieving that. I think you have a tremendous potential to be an absolutely excellent teacher as soon as you start to grasp this. And it's just going to happen at the snap of the finger, because there's something that is preventing. There is a restrictive boundary. And when we break through this, the same thing that happens to these safety pins, they get unlocked and they pop open. They don't explode, they don't disintegrate, but there's more that's going on. And now they become receptors for more. All right. So you become more to be able to do more. And as you become able to do more, then you have to open up more. And this is not a problem. This is just part of life. This is part of what growing is all about. So knowledge and life are for learning, and knowledge as it's acquired gives you further opportunities. Now, is the knowledge restricted to only what you get in school or what you get in the classes? So it's just like religion. Is religion restricted to what you do in the church? If that is, then for the few hours that you might spend in the church, then the rest of the time you're not doing much. So when you look in outer space, there are no classes, there are no churches, there's no banks, there's no supermarkets, and there's no big box stores. And why not? So why is the answer. So that was a compliment for you, Ed. Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. You've been persevering through all of this and agonizing over it. And I know that. But the fact of the matter is you're giving your time and attention to it. And as such, if it's not making sense, if you go to sleep at night with what you've learned and you toss and turn, because what you've been taught doesn't make sense or doesn't merge with your soul, then, and this is what the problem is. And this is one of the problems that so many of our soldiers have a problem with, okay, because their actions are in strict opposition to their soul, because the soul would never hurt anybody, and least of all would hurt you. And to commit suicide because of your depressing feeling towards your actions, which were forced upon you. And so the solution for all the suffering that you inflicted was to inflict the supreme suffering to yourself. No, that's all energy binding. That's all energy stealing. You stole the energies from the other souls. But, did you do that willfully, or, were you deceived? And, were you part of the process, and can you change? So the thing about the life and the learning is we all do wrong things in our life. And the only definition of the wrongness and the rightness is when we look back and measure our progress, if you will, through life. But when life is for learning, then mistakes are for learning. If you didn't make any mistakes, would you learn anything? And so, one of the sins is to not learn from your mistakes. And do the mistakes have to be harsh? In some cases, yes. But that's an individual thing. So there's no universal way to say, well, I'm going to, if you measured it from 1 to 100, I'm going to apply 87 degrees of harshness to you, Ed. Or, Mark, I'm going to apply, only 48, and then, maybe Jalal, he only needs 50, it's just, I'm just saying, you have your own journey, and your journey is your journey. Why? Because you came from an area where you had a field strength that was the convergence of the PM ticks that created your soul position. And your soul position came from a destination point, which was the inertial reaction between the sun's position and the Earth's position, not the physical position, the plasmatic position. So the field strength of the sun doesn't go from the sun to the Earth. It goes from the sun to the outer edge of the solar system. That's why they call it a solar system. It is the sun's system. And all the planets within that solar system are magravs just like you and I. And our range within the solar system is within the distance between the outer edge of the solar system and the sun. Our preferred range is with the solar system of the Earth system. The Earth system is between the gravitational core of the Earth and the magnetosphere. So that's our range. And we're using our body as our transportation vehicle. Okay, well, that's great for starters. We are in the kindergarten. Now we have an opportunity to move up. Do we want to move up? We all have that, as Mark said, it's part of our free will. So how you use the knowledge is up to you. And if you use the knowledge, it's up to you.
So I have another thought that I might like to voice.
Good, go for it.
And Jalal might like this, I don't know. Jalal was earlier talking about, I can't remember exactly what he was talking about, but what I was thinking while he was talking is that we all want to know and understand this plasma science so badly, and we just can't seem to put it together. I mean, we're getting further and further along and we're putting things together, but it's like the path that Mr. Keshe was talking about in one of the last teachings and stuff, where we can progress physically in our understanding, but it takes thousands of years. Or we can go the route of, soul interaction with all of the souls in our environment, and we have access to all the knowledge of all the souls and stuff. But but this desire to know so badly, I'm wondering, I've begun to think that wanting to know so badly is a trait of our physicality. It's our brain that wants to know all this stuff. Our brain is trying to put this together, but the understanding is at the soul level. And it's going to communicate, but this trying so hard and this wanting so badly, I think is an emotion. And what I'm getting at is, if we need to identify this wanting so badly as part of our physicality and let go of it and detach from it. And maybe this will allow us more to gain the access to the soul levels that we're looking for.
Period.
What are your thoughts?
No, put a period right there.
Yeah.
No, you got it. You answered your own question, and it's a profound answer. You see, we want to take our physicality to become more, soul worthy, which is a crock. The thing is that the purpose of our physicality? Or is our physicality the purpose for imposing our physicality on others? So it's our absence of a purpose. It's our absence of a sense of purpose and understanding that is causing our physical problems. Our physical manifestation is as a result of our soul intention, and the substructure is our emotional manifestation. That is the connection. That is the emotion of presence, is the connection. It's the connection between our past and our future, and it manifests itself into the present. And so quite rightly, nothing you've ever done in the past will either qualify you nor disqualify you from anything in the future. We all have this capability. It's only when we get in our physicality that, oh, you know, you have to have this qualification, you have to have this degree. Really? Okay. And that's the same past that you had when you were born, isn't it? You know, did the one person who was born in the womb of the mother with you know, a special pass, special certificates, right? So I think that's something that we have to, you know, take that into account when we're making a decision. Where I'm going with this line of thought is this: what we are giving our time and attention to physically, in my opinion, is not a scheme big enough. Our schemes are too small. We see ourselves as too small. And when we do that, we have diminished returns. So our returns are based on what we can do physically, while our returns should be based on what we can do plasmatically. The thing is that by concentrating on our physical capabilities, we limit our capabilities. So as you said, you know, drop out of your body and have trust in your soul. But does that mean that our physical manifestation is purposeless? And so I'm just going to answer that question because I asked that question a long time ago. And the answer is the soul has a limited range within its dimensions. The physical dimension is beyond the range. So the physical dimension is within the physical range. So the soul is using the physicality to manifest its intention in the physical range. But because we're disconnecting ourselves purposely from our souls, we are then, you know, rudderless. We're like a ship without a rudder. We're like a car without a steering wheel, or, you know, a chicken with its head cut off. We are running around like crazy. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know why we're doing it. And then we feel depressed as a result of that because we're purposeless. So this leads us to another conclusion, and that is the universal community does not want to interfere. And the reason for that is, first of all, because we are the physical surrogates of interference. Okay? We are the physical manifestation of their intention. All we have to do is connect to them. So when you look at the present circumstances and you ask why, you have to understand that why is the answer. Why represents the disconnect from our soul. There is no purposelessness of our physicality. Nothing is for nothing. There's always a reason. Something is always something as opposed to something else. And it all depends on the interaction of the magnetical gravitational force fields, which affect the balance and positioning of the maggrav position. And these are all done on a plasmatic basis. So once we understand that, then we can say, wait a second. My presence is based on my understanding. If I can expand my understanding, then maybe I can expand my presence. And there are those who interpret that as losing control. How can you lose control when you never had it in the first place? Your soul has to control. And the soul is a product of the creator, and the creator has the control. Our physical manifestation is an out of range addition to the capability of the soul. And this is a good thing. So, and one of the reasons that it's so intense, this battle is so intense, is because we are in heaven. It's a great place to be. Thanks, Ed. Yeah, I really appreciate what you said.
The way I always looked at it when you talked about the purpose of the physicality is that Mr. Keshe has always taught us that there are things that can be experienced in the physicality that are, the soul desires. Everywhere you go in the realms of physicality, there's wonders to experience in the physical nature. And if this is so, and there's things that the physicality offers for the soul to experience in the physicality, then there's things to be learned in the physicality as well. Those experiences that we go through and that are directed by the soul in the physical realm result in learnings that maybe aren't accessible other places. So I know there's a purpose for the physicality. I can't say I always understand it or know it, but it was a decision that the soul made to experience the physicality. And so then there's also things to be learned. All those experiences combined will result in an understanding of the soul.
Thank you, Ed.
Anyone else would like to come in? Make a comment or ask a question? We do have 40 or more stars here. And if you don't take the soul of physicality with you, you won't be able to manifest perhaps anywhere else as your physicality. Even though you might look different, you're still you. As Mr. Keshe said, you move your finger, you'll find out it's you on the moon.
Yeah, there's one thing I'd like to add to that, Mark.
Please.
So to maintain your soul of physicality in this position consumes a lot of energy. And if someone steals that from you, then they have to expend that energy on your behalf. This is why some souls progress and some souls deplete. And that's the problem on this planet, is that there's a delay in consequences. I had a discussion with a very important lady in my life. And her name was Mother. And she was always afraid. And I asked her, at what point in your life do you figure you'll stop being afraid? When you're born? When you graduate from high school? When you maybe get your first job? Maybe when you turn 30? Or maybe, when your family grows up? Maybe when you become a senior citizen? Maybe the day before you die? Maybe the day after you die. what are the rules for that? When does it happen? And she thought about it for a minute. And she says, how about right now? Same answer for all of us.
Is it silence of the lambs?
The silence
No.
of the wolves.
Thank you. The silence, the mother is thinking. I mean, kind of. Thank you very, very much, my dear Alex. So beautiful teaching. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Jalal. As you said, your mother, yes, the time is now. I always experienced that. Before, that was, I thought I was humble with people, but I cannot hide the truth from inside, and it comes out like anger. And I am very angry, and I supposed to push people out. And then they also trying that, saying that they always say that, oh, they're all the chaos we are in tries to dim the light. They always do that. And then laughing away, they say that, oh, you are not shining enough. So then I decided, as a mother, as a daughter, as a kid, I was, the experiences. This is the time now. Now is always there. Now is the moment. It is always there with you. And then the I am present come. And the services to all comes. And in the way, I even like, I depleted those energy I don't need anymore. And I became so light. And I thought in my heart and soul that there were so many energies. I thought it was me, my body part, but it was not. They were not my part of my body. They were always hurting me, kind of. Anything, a thought process, a social process, a national process, a political process, a growing child process, becoming a mother process, everything that is going away. And this is what, as you said, Mark, as you asked your mother, yes, the time is now. You have to understand in the level of understanding how, as you open the safety pins, have to open safety pins. It has to open for safety. That is it. That is universal. If you block it, then it is not safe. It can bend in another way. And if you are opening it, then another safety pin will come. Another thing you can stitch together like that. Another safety pin will open. This is how it will move on in the now, always. So now is a very, very intense, intense energy, always present. And this is what I understand. As a mother, now, I was also very ignorant at that time, like your mother, Alex, afraid of everything. If I'm making food, maybe they don't like it. And it does happen. I faced always criticism by my way of talking, by my social, not so very reliable person, kind of that. But then I learned from it. I learned that what I want to do, the truth, I have to say that. I have to say that. Please don't come. Like sometimes I say, please don't come. Please don't come. And sometimes I say, you are welcome. Go away. Don't come again. And sometimes I say to somebody, oh, you are so welcome. My heart is open for you, as we are doing now. So depleting those, saying the truth, it may hurt, but you are not welcome anymore. That's it. This is what the heart became, as the virtue of the heart is courage. Also, compassion, courage. So this is what has been done by many mothers for many, many eons. So this is what I want to share, Alex. Thank you. Thank you so much. Salam, namaste, salute.
That was beautiful. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome, my dear.
Anyone else have a thought or an idea they'd like to discuss? I know in certain countries, they're actually telling their population not to talk to each other to prevent any spreads or different things, but we're not there and we're not going to go there. Hopefully we're going to be relieved of some of this in the very near future, because it is building up to the point where people have really curtailed many of their activities or their thoughts, or they're not even sure what's right to do anymore or not right to do anymore as far as the rules go within the governing bodies. But we're not there, and we're here where we can have somewhat of an open voice and an open mic. So I'm just hoping someone else will come in here and share something with us that they'd like to perhaps discuss, or a question you've had. And it doesn't have to be a complicated one. And sometimes it's not as easy to get the knowledge seekers to open up, but that's fine as well. Maybe they're communicating on the soul level, which is of course the way we'll be doing it out into space with no mouth and probably no ears.
See, Mark, things are going to change.
They are changing.
And, yeah, and it's really the way we've been educated through our schools and through our social customs. In many ways, this is in opposition, but our school education and our social customs are in opposition. That's the reality. And the question, really should be, how do we align our education with that? And, when I was first introduced to this type of thinking, the one thing that I was quite proud of, was all my accomplishments, whatever that was. But a lot of that had to do with the praise that I got as a result of these accomplishments. I could say, oh, well, you passed your driver's test, so you have a license. That's one accomplishment. Or, you write the exam and now you can go into grade 4. What is the level of your accomplishments? You're always wanting to achieve a higher and higher level. And then once you achieve that higher level, what do you do with it? so maybe you have bragging rights. I have to wonder, when we have these physical games and we have different leagues, different levels, and we promote ourselves to higher levels, so you have the minor leagues, you have the major leagues, and then even in the major leagues, you have different divisions. So you go, second division, first division, then you can go to the premier division. And then, from there, you have the World Cup. And so that, is the pinnacle of the achievement within your game. And once you achieve that, then what do? Well, you kind of have to keep playing the game, don't you? Because there's another game that you've been playing all along, and that's, to achieve that level, you have to become a professional, which means you have to get paid for your work. So you love to do your work, but you're getting paid to do your work. But in the end, what do you get? Well, you get a piece of hardware and you get bragging rights. Why do you need bragging rights? And why do you need that hardware? So, really, the participation, shall we say, in the highest arena is, I think, well enough, because let's face it, there's only one winner and the rest are all losers. But you cannot be the winner if there weren't losers. So it's the losers who made you the winner. Without them, you're nothing. So, the achievement of, say, winning the trophy, okay, well, this is great, and it shows what you can accomplish when you give your mind and attention to that and you develop your skills. But let's raise the stakes of the game. And so we find that we're in a pretty serious game right now. And the comment was made that to work with nature doesn't require courage. And that's true. But to violate nature requires courage. I don't agree with that. I think to support nature in the physical aspect requires courage. Because as it stands right now, it's a very small group that really understands the rules of the game. And it's a very small group that, if you will, is striving to, shall we say, in that game, trying to win. So, it gets harder and harder. And so it requires more and more stick-to-itiveness. But what is interesting is when you look at that stick-to-itiveness, and you find that collectively, when you see all the collection of the souls come together, and then you say, sorry, it's my screen. Uh-oh, something happened here.
Where did it go? There it is.
Yeah, well, it'll come back. We fix. Each of us has to have our own field of reference, our own field strength, and our own MAGRAV condition. And collectively, we can all work together and understand that life is interdependent. So, as I say, you can't be a winner without the losers. So you're dependent on the losers to make you a winner. But that's not a punishment. That's just saying, look, this is what you need to do to be successful. So in the process, for me to be in the presence of this success makes me a winner, even though I'm a loser. So that may sound like double talk, but the thing is, to be part of the process is to be part of the game. And to be part of the game is a success. We are part of the game of life. And if we understand that then there's no admission ticket and there's no real qualification to it, except that there is a progression. And so we have achieved a certain progression where we have a physical capability which other souls may not have, other souls may not want to have. We have made that choice. We want to have that connection. So shouldn't we make the best of it with what it is and understand that, all the mistakes that we make are for learning. Excuse me. I want to make the point. We make so many mistakes, or I make so many mistakes because I do so many things. And maybe if I didn't do so many things, I wouldn't make as many mistakes. But, that's just the way it is. Yeah, I like to do a lot of things. Some people don't like to do anything. I tried that. I tried to do nothing. You know what? That was a mistake. I just can't win. It's like Rodney Dangerfield, But there's a way, there's a midpoint, there's a balance point where you can become more effective. So in other words, to be more, to be able to do more. And the only way that you can do that is ethically. Because when you do it that way, then you enlist the services of the universe. And when you look at the size of our tiny perfect world compared to the universe, you understand how much we are shortchanging ourselves. So we don't want to have to do that anymore. We can see there's a direct relationship to how we see our schemes. So as tiny and perfect as we are, the universe is powerful and vast and great. We can go wherever we want to go, but we can only go in peace. Over to you, Mark.
Yes, we are going to shrink the universe quite a bit, I think, with these flight systems, especially if you don't have to take hundreds of millions of light years to get everywhere. And of course, we're going to be understanding how the creator works and how the creator feels and how the creator speaks, and we're going to be replicating that. And I'm very thankful that I think I understand that I can create a new cycle. Even if something happened to me in the next minute, I would be able to create a new cycle. So all this knowledge has been hidden from mankind and we've depended on gurus or priests or imams or rabbis to sort of tell us the way to create a new cycle, or this is the way it's done. But now we know we can do this with our own soul. And so I feel we're all very fortunate even to start to hear this sort of talk, because it's not anything you'd get, usually at the dinner table or anywhere else you'd go. So we're very privileged and we're gaining knowledge. And I think it's building up to the crescendo where we will start doing our work on this planet as well as in the universe, along with the universal community and along with the creator. So there's such a bright future. It just seems right now many people have been taken out of their comfort zones. And it is quite interesting to see that you may need a pass to go here or to go there. It's just not what we've been used to our whole lives. So maybe that's the reason people aren't speaking very much, because they're sort of shocked. But this group shouldn't be, because you've been given knowledge to open up so many things within your lives. But I know we're still working and we still have obligations and we still have points where we can be bothered, let's say. But this will all be overcome very shortly. Anyone else want to jump in? Selena?
Yes, I want to share one of my vision. It's like out of body experience. It's happened sometimes. So one day, I was out of my body and I was flying in the sky. So suddenly I saw down in the earth, and I saw it's like a river everywhere, open field. There is no tree, like a desert. And middle of the desert, there is a river. It's like a tear shape, like an egg shape, tear shape. And it was big, very big. And it is shiny. The water looks, it's like a silvery color, and it was shining. So I came little bit down. So I saw all side from the all side outside the river, the you know the cotton ball, facial cotton ball, those kinds of ball is coming from everywhere, thousand in the river. So I thought, what is going on? What is that? I want to see. So I came little bit down, more down. So that time I felt those are souls. A lot of souls are going inside the river. Then more, I just panic, and then I told you everybody before, if I get panic, I can stay that time more in that position. So I was coming down and going up, coming down and going up. And when I coming down, that time I saw the bigger cloud like a soul. And maybe the river wasn't river, maybe something else. I understood. And then, I don't know, within a few seconds, I just came back to my body. So, and then after then, when I came back, then I calculated the souls are going somewhere. And the river I saw, that wasn't river, maybe a big ship. That is the all I want to share. It was like a 6 month or 7-8 months ago, I saw.
Now, was this a daydream you were having? Did it happen like when you were working or maybe making dinner, or
No,
you
no,
sleeping?
no.
Was it a dream?
No, when I do sometime meditation, that time it's happened.
Okay, yeah.
And then before my sleep, and sometimes wake up at the morning time, I lay down like half an hour in the bed. Still, I'm woke, but I want to lay. So that time, and sometime after deep breathing, and I go to the meditation, that time I saw those kinds of stuff. And sometimes I can see when I was relaxed, maybe my husband watching TV, I am laying down beside him. That time too, those are different kinds of vision. I know I'm there, but my mind go there, so I can see. But other time, my soul goes, and it's different kinds. I can explain. It's not daydream. Daydream. It's not dream. It's real. It is real, more than real. Like in front of me, my daughter in the computer. I'm watching her, but when I got those vision, those are more real than that. I'm cooking in front my stove now. It is realer than that. I can explain. It is different.
So Selena, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So this out-of-body experience that you were describing, do you remember when you were seeing all this, what were the emotions that were conveyed?
My physical emotion, I can keep there. I have to just open mind. If I think my physical emotion.
No. I mean the experience that you had, the sight, the desert, when you were seeing all this, what emotions were you feeling?
Just seeing everything. What is that? Enjoying the
Observing.
Observing everything. Yeah.
So it was just very beautiful and you were enjoying it.
Right.
Okay.
Seems like Selena's a frequent flyer. She has more of these than, but I think that's what we're going to be doing in the universal units. We're going to be learning how to some way connect with these fields, and you can go anywhere. And he said it's depending on the strength of the captain of what you want to allow to happen.
Yeah,
Again,
and this is not my control.
It.
My one is like it suddenly happened.
Right. Like all of a sudden a switch takes over. Yeah.
It would be good with direction, right? Yes.
Oh yes, they're just opening this up. And we haven't had the chance to go in the unit, even though some at the, I think in Austria, Joseph and some others have had an experience, not really with the universal unit, but something with a field unit that was set up sort of like it. But now we know that it was a 10 and now it's a 10,000. So much more powerful, much more enhancing, I would think, than the original.
Yeah, it is good.
Lissy has put in the chat, I want to make an invitation to further support the work of the UC, like coworkers. I do an internship and I propose that whoever wishes to do it at hour 3, 6, 9, or 12 of the place where they are. We ask with love to our soul, with the permission to join the souls of the UC and the seekers of knowledge that allow it. We ask permission from the soul of the government of the country where we are to unite with our souls, and wishing that they consciously unite with their physical soul and make decisions in accordance with the ethos of the universe for the benefit of peace. We visualize them signing the peace agreement. Very nice.
Yes.
But as Mr. Keshe said, we're all used to in so many ways. And I thought that as well in the beginning. Shweta, I think it's the microphone.
Oh, I just want to say that I am present in Lizzie's wish and all love. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought from the beginning. You didn't need any letters or anything behind your name, but apparently there is a special purpose for the Universal Council to interact and to handle the issues of the nation and so on. But I don't think any of us need any initials or anything to support or to be a Universal Council member. As you're led by your soul. And I didn't want to see any distinction between groups, sort of speak. Well, I'm the rank of sergeant, or I'm the rank of private, or, you're a corporal, you're a lieutenant, none of that. And I don't think there is anything like that, but the Universal Council is set up to basically do the work of the United Nations, as the nations unite into one nation. Although Mr. Keshe said they would try to mess it up in a way, it's not going to be allowed to happen. So we do need more Universal Council members. The United States, for example. We did have one, but they're not there right now. And there's many other nations that souls need to come forward in, and I'm sure they will in the right time. So I don't want to look to the physicality to get the confirmation. I know it's in the works, so to speak. Anyone else would like to add anything? Any wishes? Would someone like to make a wish?
Good afternoon.
Yes, Patricia.
Yes, hi. Since I've got all the Keshe gurus here, I think I'm coming out of the Corona episode. And I have this big rash on my chest. So I would like any suggestions of what I should do.
You know what you do with garbage, Patricia?
Throw it away.
So once it's gone, it'll be gone.
Okay, so I just keep on spraying cup one?
You got her.
Okay.
How? Yeah. How does the garbage get out of the house? It's got to go out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
your skin is.
I see it like that. I see it like it's bringing out all the toxins.
Yeah. So the skin is your physical manifestation of your body, but inside your skin is your gans. And so there's a lot of action that's going on inside, right?
Mm-hmm. I saw it also like your skin is almost like your lungs, right? So I'm glad it got the skin, not the lungs.
No, you can't do that. You can't isolate one or the other, because they're all part and parcel of the same thing. Imagine, imagine if your brain, your soul in your brain said, you know what, you create an awful lot of waste. I don't think I'm going to, do this kidney thing anymore. Maybe we'll try something. You need more love. Maybe we'll give you 3 hearts. We'll trade 2 kidneys for 2 hearts. That way you'll have 3 hearts. How would that work? So all things in combination, and there's a reason for everything. So, okay, so the fact that you're feeling uncomfortable with it is a good thing, okay? Because that gives you the awareness that something is going on. If you didn't feel any discomfort with it, it's entirely possible that, if you don't have any sensitivity, you don't have any feeling, then, you're not even physically alive, really. So that's an indication that you are physically alive. So all you have to do is see the process, see the exchange of energy. I mean, I say like it's easy. It's not easy, because you actually have to allow it to happen. So
Mhm.
this is happening to your physicality because your soul is wishing for that to happen. And you are responding to it with a physical interpretation because, mentally you're not responding to it. If you could jive with your soul and understand this is what my soul wants me to do, is to purge these toxins from my body, then why do I need to carry that? So now you're understanding what excess baggage is all about. But you've created this excess baggage, so how do you get rid of it? Well, there's one way, and that is to operate. As another way is through osmosis. So you're pushing it out through your skin. So even on Thursday, we were talking about the 3 layers of the skin. So it's an inside, there's an outside. Okay, well, how do you go from inside to outside? So once you do that, and then guess what happens? This manifests itself physically, so that it becomes like dandruff. It becomes like a scab, and eventually it falls off. And we've seen that happen so many times. So understand the process. So this is a physical manifestation of what you've been carrying around. So why do you have to carry it around? You should say, thank you. Thank you for teaching me that I've been carrying this around. And thank you for showing me how to get rid of it. And thank you so much for getting rid of it. Because once the pain is gone, you'd be surprised how you forget. You see, one of the problems that seniors have, and I only say seniors is because we think we need to be old and decrepit. Those are 2 words that you don't have to go in the same sentence. Okay, you can be old and vital, and we know the opposite is true. You can be young and decrepit. So being vital or being decrepit, like vital as in vitality, having vitality, and being decrepit is not age related. So, the mind is the builder, and if you think young, you will be young. That's just the way it is. So this is the lesson. This is the lesson to learn and say thank you. Okay, and then you understand you don't have to carry this baggage. A lot of seniors, they say, "Hey, I've got all these aches and pains." Well, that's just a product of being an old person. No, that's a product of carrying baggage. But it's a nice excuse, isn't it? Because then you have something to talk about at the coffee shop with the other guys who are carrying the baggage. Well, my bag is bigger than your bag, and do you know what the nurse said to me? And I can't believe that doctor, what he said to me, and but I have to do this and I have to do that, and then I have to make an appointment. And so what is that doing? That is giving them a sense of purpose to their life. The purpose of their life is in their sort of golden years, in their golden years, they're sitting in the doctor's office. They made an appointment for 2:00. He doesn't get to see it till 4:00. And then after that, he says, I can't do anything about it, but here's some of our treatments, generally accepted treatments, and you go do that, and then we'll make another appointment in another week or so. And oh, does that conflict with your holidays? Well, too bad. You're just going to have to cancel your holidays and come and see us. And that's how many of the seniors spend their golden years. The way things are is the way things are, and there's reasons for that. So be honest as to what those reasons are, and understand the rules of the last man standing. You have a universal right to look after yourself. This is important. That's why you're here. And then you can be functional. So to be present and be non-functional, it's kind of, you know, conflicting.
Mhm.
And for a lot of us, that conflict manifests itself into a stress. So we have to understand what stress is all about. Stress is an annealing process. You know, when you take a hammer to iron, the iron gets stronger. We're the same way. We get stronger. The more we get hammered, the stronger we get. This is just a rule. So, you know, we're getting hammered really hard right now. And guess what? There will be a balancing. Yeah, there will be a balancing. But, you know, it doesn't come just from wishful thinking. It does come from action. So we have a capability of doing plasmatic action, and we have a capability of doing physical action. And this is not new or unique. We are now aware. So what are you going to do with that? You're going to say, oh, I don't want that additional understanding. You know, no, too much knowledge, too much knowledge. I want my life to be, you know, warm and fuzzy. Just keep it simple. We are the most complex organism on this planet. The only way that we can see it, keep it simple, is to be organized. And when we are well organized, I think we call that healthy. Yeah, that's a ticket. Healthy. What a concept. Healthy in heaven. I like it. Nice talking to you, Patty. Thanks for all the. Patty is one of the knowledge seekers in the Spanish community, and she's kicked it in on the translations, and she's kicked a lot of things around. But anyway, the thing is that she's really stepping up, and
Thanks a lot, Alex.
I greatly appreciate your
Think
work.
we've all made a very nice friendship. I know we meet in a different way, and it's really been very exciting. I've started around May, and then being in this Keshe Foundation has really changed my life a lot, and I've learned a lot, and it's become a part of me, and I thank everybody.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Patricia.
And I also want to thank Alenka. She's lurking in the background because she was one of the translators who stepped forward in the beginning, and thanks to her technical difficulties with the computer and stuff like that, the Spanish community has actually had 3 translators. So actually, no, I think there's been 5 altogether, which is amazing. And that's not counting John Wells.
Did you count Alberto?
Yeah.
The Uruguayan, the Peruvian, the Mexican,
the Honduran.
And then we also drop into the Brazilians because we also translate Jalal's meetings.
It's great.
And it's one nation.
Beforehand, we used to have other translators also.
Well, you know, John, the Spanish community has been one of the most difficult, and there's a common language, but each country has a kind of its social, what do you call it? Social ways of thinking. So,
yeah, well, and not only language, each country, yes, and zones.
Yeah.
You can't compare the Spanish from Central America, South America, and Spain. They're all completely different.
Yeah, and it's a very small group like that attends, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know there's very large group that listens to the
Recording.
translations. Yeah, the recordings and the translations. Yeah. And we're looking forward to, well, we're almost finished our classes in the Spanish group. And we're looking forward to teachers taking over and being able to repeat the process and bring in others. So, but the most rewarding thing is the friendship, as Patty said.
We'll be missing you, Alex.
Oh, well, thanks, Joe. Thank you. I have plans.
And if I could read the second part of Lissy's, oh, go ahead, John.
I think we all have plans, yeah.
There was another part of Lissy's wish, which we are present in. Then this wish is extended to all other countries, covering with our imagination the entire planet in fullness of what represents happiness, harmony, positive emotions, a total dome of peace, finally united with the energy of love of the universe. Thank you for joining this wish, which is the one expressed by the Universal Council. And as we know, if it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the collective awareness by giving will create a position of change. Now, originally, I thought that giving was something in the physicality, but now we're knowing we can give through our souls, from our souls, this energy that's needed, or this change that's needed. So this is the position of change, by giving from our souls, not giving the beggar, you know, $1 or a quarter or whatever. Not that way. You only elevate the soul of physicality, but it's by giving from the soul to the world leaders, or to take pain away from that man who's suffering, is really the elevation of the soul, not just handing an overcoat or a pair of pants or a sandwich to a hungry person. It's giving through the soul that will create this position of change. No other thing, he said.
So, Mark, if you give money to a beggar, is it possible to get some satisfaction from that?
I would think so, but Mr. Keshe said that means you're still connected to the physicality.
Well, you are connected to the physicality. When he says connected to the physicality, you mean overcommitted to the physicality.
Maybe.
So what I'm alluding to is this. It is heartbreaking when you give money to a beggar and he goes to the liquor store. Like it might as well be he's better off to not have money, because then he can't afford to go to the liquor store, if you take my meaning.
Yes, I understand.
It's like the local drug dealer, he comes in and robs me. And, why is he robbing me? Because he needs the money. But, he took the least valuable thing. He took the money, but he lost my friendship. And it's astounding when if I'm walking the street and I see him, he crosses the road. Why did the druggie cross the road?
Yes, and it's sort of counterintuitive. We think that doing something in the physicality is the way. If you told someone who doesn't understand this, well, I gave to the soul, through my soul, they'll say, yeah, but you didn't really do anything. I didn't see anything. The guy didn't get a coat or a sandwich or $1. You got to be kidding me. So you have to sort of understand this on the soul level rather than thinking the physicality is the solution to this giving.
It's better of the three components when they are working together. In this case, what you give will support your emotion, and there is a soul attached to it. It will change. So don't worry about what you are giving. What you are giving is more than what you think. In this case, but if you think it's only physicality what you give, I don't think so.
Right. What could we give to the world leaders that they don't already have? I mean, in the physicality, I don't think we can give them anything. They've got their bank accounts are full. They have plenty of meals made. They have everything. But what they're lacking, we can give to them through our souls, through the fields. And that's the most powerful way and direct way of giving, and most effective, even though you may not see it initially. Like you would see the smile from the beggar if you gave him the $1, or he'd say thank you and so on. But this is more on the plasmatic level. And it reaches and it does its work.
So Mark, I want to just take this moment to thank everyone for allowing me to make this presentation, the North American International Corona team. And last week was probably a record length in terms of meeting, but we have to look at the reasons why this is, and it's been so important. And when we look at the Knowledge Seekers workshops and we look at the teachings that Mr. Keshe has done, especially in the last month or so, his classes have been getting shorter and shorter. And I think one of the reasons for it is because of all the teachers who've stepped up at the Spaceship Institute and in the private public classes combined. The teachers in the background that we don't know their names, they've all contributed to this. And we needed that so that we can move forward. We need to have that basic so that we can springboard from there. You know, springboard, like opening up the safety pin, I guess, springiness. But we don't need to have long classes. What we need to have is a connection in the physicality to, shall we say, make a preparation. What I'm trying to say is that when we go to sleep at night, one of the things that we do is we go for a dream period. And in that dream period, we make arrangements with other souls. And some of those souls also have a physicality, but not necessarily. So there is a plasmatic reality and there's a physical reality, and the physical reality manifests itself from the plasmatic reality, but not the plasmatic reality does not necessarily have to manifest into the physical reality. So in our dream state, we can engage other souls who don't have the physicality. So it is from that knowledge that we gain, we come back and impart our knowledge in the physical realm, and we come back in the morning. And when that is done really well and we understand, and if we can remember our dreams, not to kind of be amazed at the phenomenon of remembering your dream, but try to remember the lessons that your soul has learned and what you're trying to impart. So two things we can do. We can ask ourselves in the mornings, what did I learn from my dreams? And then in the evening, before we go to sleep, ask ourselves, is this planet better physically for me having been here physically? And you don't have to win the World Cup or the Super Bowl or whatever, to make it a good day. There's lots of ways to measure that, and each of us can measure within our own sphere of influence. But the only reason we need to measure that is when we have doubt. So as we graduate, we can eliminate doubt and we can eliminate fear. And as a result, we can eliminate worry, because really a worry is a prayer for something you don't want. So stop worrying and have trust. Have trust in your soul, have trust in the soul of the universe, and understand that we were born. Understand that we were born, and we were born with this trust in an innate fashion. We didn't animate this trust. We were born with this trust. We have no right to abandon this trust in our physicality. So I want to thank everybody for attending, and I appreciate the contributions and also the graduation of new teachers who are coming forward. And I look forward to more exciting episodes like today. Thank you so much.
Very well.
Over to you, Mark.
Yes, Alenka also mentioned, thank you, Alex, and all. I got to the last part and heard you mention my name with thanks. I was at the moment giving from my soul to my son's soul. I received a message that he was getting worse and was again at the ICU. She said UCI, but I think we know what she means. So perfect example, we are with you, Alenka, and we send fields from our soul to your son's soul. And he can take what he needs.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alenka.
So as Jalal brought up earlier, Mr. Keshe doesn't really work that much with the physicality. He goes directly to the boss and works there in that fashion. And the only way to do that is through your soul to another soul and give unconditionally whatever that soul needs, and they can take what they need. So very well. Is there anyone else who'd like to add anything else before we, as Alex said, we don't need to have a marathon every time we meet. I'm sure we're all missing Mr. Keshe in a way, but he's here at the same time as a knowledge seeker with his soul. And his soul is always available to you anytime you call upon it. You can't take everything, but you can take as much as you need.
Mark, it's Gail
Yes.
here from
Yes, Gail.
South Africa. Yeah, I just, one of the things that we're told, the Catholic Church look after some of the street children, and they advise us never ever give money. And you have to be careful because there are gangs that will rob and do all things to, if you give to a young person, even food, you have to watch where you help them out. It actually causes more trouble than it helps. So I got from what Mr. Keshe said that you think of the church and the mosque and so on, if it's a place where a person can, I call it become whole, or, he's comfortable, he's in a good place, he's not outside sleeping in the window box and or like children, you'll find them under the tree, stoned from, I forget what they call it. It's like a glue. And, their lives are, it's just unbelievable. And a lot of them run away from home to be on the street, and they get addicted, and all of those things happen. So to me, it's much more complicated than just giving somebody some money. I don't do that. After I spoke to one of the nuns, and she said, please don't ever give them money. Sometimes they get killed for it, so it's not a good thing.
Vatican must follow that rule as well, as Mr. Keshe went through. All the people sleeping on the windows and the sidewalks, and they're not fed and they're not helped very much at all.
Can I explain something here? Can someone please open a whiteboard just for minutes?
Thank
Alex,
you, Jalal.
you have the screen. Alex, are you still here? Okay, let me see if I can. Would you open a whiteboard, Alex? There we go.
My drawing is still there. Oh my God.
Well, I haven't thrown the garbage out yet.
Thank you. Can you do it, please?
Oh, seriously?
Yes. It's an
Oh.
ancient.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I think we can do a lot if we understand what we are doing. You remember, you opened the structure of the matter. That means you opened a distance gap which you can embed it whatever source energy you like. This is a lot of us, they didn't see in a way. You call it CO2, you call it CH3, you call it whatever you call it. Don't forget, you are doing this. You're embedding your fields, you are embedding your fields in between this thousands and thousands of layers. You understand? Now, go to the last teaching of Mr. Keshe. You can nanocode. You can nanocode by thought. And you can nanocode by your hand. And really, it's not the heat. It is the energy which you embedded, even if you go deeper in the structure of any matter, you will find there is a distance gap. You don't see it, you don't need to see it. So even if you take $0.25 and just from your hand, you can embed it whatever energy you wanted in. So even your matter state, what you think it is a matter state, but now in your hand do not work in the matter state. All these entities, what you see here, it have a closed environment. What you do, you have the choice to open this environment and embed it whatever energy you want in. Just a smile, it can change an entity. A thought, it will change an entity. Your presence, your fields, which you are emitting out, it can change the entity. You call it a coin, but it's in reality, it's an entity. A stone is more harder than coin. So a stone have a soul. The coin also have a soul. So you can embed it, energy in it as you like. And this will serve. Be careful, because it will serve. When it serve, it can give and it can take. So when take, you will receive. What kind of receiving you will. So what you support. So if you think you cannot do much if you give to the beggar, I think with this teaching, you have a lot to go. You can. It's due to the environment. So change the environment. So you will be the environment for this beggar to change. How? By embedding your energy in this quarter or this cent or whatever money you are giving to him. When he touch it, oh my God, he will receive everything for him to change without his knowing. So the three components, all don't miss it. Physicality, emotion, and principle. Soul, emotion, and physicality. You can work with this one. It is contain this one. You can work with this one. It have both. And you can work with this one. It have also the both. Thank you. Now you can raise it.
Does it look like cheese?
Look like what?
He said cheese.
Cheese.
Which one, Alex?
Say cheese.
Yeah.
That would be a good test, Jalal. I mean, I think the beggar would readily accept the coin, but the rock or the stone, he may want to throw it. Sometimes these beggars can be a little temperamental.
No. You know, you are working with
I know.
Who accept from you.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? If he accept the smile, he will receive from whatever knowledge you are giving to him. If he accept even a coin, you will give him whatever knowledge. You can embed it, you know, really, you can embed everything in whatever. Because when you touch it, you are nano-coated it.
It is dependent situation, right?
I think
There is no depending. You knowing, it's, you know, now you know. Before we didn't know. We can work with the matter state because we thought the matter state is fixed and it's very hard to create a matter state. But in reality, now we are working with the soul and emotion, and it is greater than the matter state. It will manifest itself. So even if you work with something that already exists as a matter state, you can nano-coat it. When you touch it, you are nano-coated it. We didn't know that.
Yes, but sometimes, do you know what? In the Asia, there is a little child begging in the street, and the big in front of big restaurant and bigger place. Those children doesn't come alone. There is a gang member. They lead them.
that's true. That
Yeah.
is so true.
Yes.
In South Africa, the church actually has a huge house, and they sometimes go and gather up the young ones and make sure they have school. So they're doing basically what Mr. Keshe was talking about, but the problem is the kids go running back to the street. maybe because of addiction. So there's something more, but definitely I do not get involved in giving. I've been warned, don't even think about it. There's other ways of helping. So, I think they're doing the correct thing in gathering the children and getting them to school, but I'm not. I definitely listened to the nun, and she's adamant. She said, "You can, if it's safe, you can give them some food, but you have
Yes,
to
yes.
watch where are the other people." So it's yeah, it's not easy.
Look, a knowledge seeker, please, you are different from anyone else beyond imagination. You have the three components: a soul, emotion, and physicality. Everyone, it reach and it makes. So you don't need the physicality to work. Your emotion have also physicality and have soul in it. So you can reach. And everything, you are here, everything come across your road, it have to be there that you work with, elevate. You choose how you elevate and believe in what you choose. You choose in the soul level, of course, and this is what we are aiming. You choose the emotion level, of course, and this is what we're aiming. You choose the physicality level, yes, and this is what we're aiming. You make a difference. How? By giving. You choose how you give. And believe me, think good, talk good, and do good. In all of cases, it will be good, even if you see it as a bad thing. For a moment of time, it is maybe a bad thing, but for the time to come, it will grow. But the habit of the man, he wants to see it just as quick as possible. But maybe it takes thousands of years. As we here, we came here to this knowledge from thousands of years before us, which is, decided for you to be here to take this knowledge. And how you're going to work with it, it's up to you.
Yes, Jalal, can I say something, dear Jalal?
500.
Yes, I totally agree with you, dear Jalal. It is, if I am the nano-coated person, or nano-coated soul, or nano-coated I am, then the coin is the communication, always becomes the communication. And the fields of the universal unified field of the universal creator, the A field remains always A. Why these warnings they're given? But the reformers, the social people, those who have controlled the society. Why we haven't listened that? Why warning for these poor people? Not to give them, to giving a coin with a communication of your nanofield. Maybe the child is not become in a position not to be get hurt by all those gangsters. Maybe he can find a way to get the knowledge. Maybe he has find a way for freedom. A coin, only a coin. So giving is eternal, in physical and non-physical way. So the warnings are fake, a kind of. But this is what it is, as Jalal said. Justification doesn't work in a way. In the universal unified field, we are not here to justify things. We know to create the position dynamic and to create the love with a coin, with a rupiah, with a paisa, with a dollar, with a cent. The communication of the M field goes like this. Now we know. My dear Jalal. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shawata.
It's a salute.
A smile can make a difference.
Of course, it makes different.
Yes, yes, of course.
Hello, good afternoon, good night, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I enjoyed all of it. I was saying, even we don't need to smile, and people see and feel what we give out, and that's the beauty of it. First of all, Mr. Keshe said, I'm sorry, I'm very tired. I was working all day. Mr. Keshe said, either you can give almost like that. You can give actively, like you can teach, you can give money, you can work for people, whatever. You see it, it's tangible. Or either because you cannot, or because the situation is not favorable or whatever, you cannot do it. You can work and serve emotionally. It's the same, and sometimes emotionally is even better because it's deeper. It comes from your soul and your heart, and it's beautiful. He said, beautiful when we work with our emotion. And Mr. Keshe, and I mean, we hear about detachment. So I try to apply detachment of material things as much as I can. It was very difficult at first, the privileges or whatever. And then when we practice it, then I try to be as simple as possible, and then getting the appearance of the lowest of the environment, the minorities, and go out like that. And the goal was to see if I still can get respect and love and appreciation, that when I get dressed differently, you know, elegantly. And little by little, I noticed it works. I never got lack of respect, lack of love, and that grows if we continue in that way of trying to work on us. We are not perfect. None of us are perfect. Different cultures, different educational, familial. We are all one nation now, one nation, but different cultures and different languages. And each language carries its emotion. So the thing is, as one of you said, is just to go on and persist, and then try to see what happens. So I don't want to talk about me, but as an example that I experienced myself, like day by day when I go for the walk early in the morning, I wear very, very, the clothes are minorities, you know, not very. So I sit to take a tea. It's early, and I don't know. It's always the talk comes in, and I see 1, 2 people at least around me, which I don't know them. I don't know their name, and one of them says there's something in her eye, in her face, and people think I'm interesting, which I'm not. I know a lot of things which I don't. The thing is, I care about them. I have empathy. I mean, each one is like a member of my family. And I really wish them well. I think people feel that. There is no doubt about it. I come home, I say, oh yeah, they offer me tea. They don't know me. They don't want to go away. They bother me because I want to rest and take a tea. So, you know, if we work on that, detachment and other things, as much as we can, you know, I still have things to work on myself. People feel it. We don't even need to, whatever. And like the children, it started years ago, many years ago before plasma, that I could take towards me the children which still cannot talk. 2 years, 1 year and a half, 1 year, 2 years, they got calm, they got laughing, smiling. And so it was a question mark for me, why? And then I was told it's because they still have their natural feelings like dogs. I'm sorry. And they feel who is good for them. And then it has continued. There is no child crying, and I just thought, what's going on? And it goes. I'm not exaggerating. It's really funny. Sometimes I have to tell parents, don't worry, I'm like that with children. So the thing is that, and then at 3, 4, 5, they get educated, whatever they talk, they forget that. It means that there is something, communication from person to person, which goes and comes, and there is nothing to do about it. It just works without talking. And that happened also about the beggars. I used to pay. If I didn't pay, I just couldn't go on. And then I started to ask my soul to guide me. And sometimes when they were not very professional, my soul was giving me to give to them, those who were very intelligent. So, and then I rarely give money. But when I pass a beggar, even though I don't give them money, but sometimes I say, what happened to you? Or sometimes I don't say anything. They look at me and they say, thank you. So, yeah, we are we have the potential, all of us. And another thing about the Lindsay, who asked something about the wish, whatever culture, language you are, you can give it to your UC, or you can come to One Planet, One Nation. You can say it, and with the collective wish of all these universal councils and UCs, we can make that wish come true, or be correctly pronounced. And thank you very much.
All disease doesn't take the same medicine. Different disease, different medicine. So we need to observe which one people need, different people need different help. If we can do, but situation will decide what need to do. And we have emotion. I feel people's emotion. So I know most of us do. So we can find out what to do by watching the situation.
Another thing which Mark said, that these knowledge and these things were hidden. Yeah, a part of it was given to some people, group of people, and at each time, and it was hidden. but the majority of this knowledge was just not comprehensive by people. Like if 100 years ago, you wanted to talk about space or telephone or things like that, physics, atoms, people could not understand. So anyone who wanted to talk to them about it, they were not able to make them understand. So another thing which is good for us is it's the right time, which we can communicate by internet or international connections. And so we are kind of ready for the message in this level, you understand? We have changed, we have progressed to be able to understand the knowledge which is provided. Humanity.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mernez. Jalal, Diane asks, blessings. Thank you, Jalal. Please, when is your class? I am a student. Would you like to tell us what time, or should I ask John? John?
I can answer you.
Okay, thank you.
Is it she's asking for the public or the private?
She said I'm a student, so she must be, Diane, are you a private student? If you're still with us.
So yeah. Yes, I am.
So we start now at 9 o'clock CEST Europe time. It's like the workshop times.
Right.
9 a.m.
9 a.m. CEST. And do you know the room number, Diane?
No, sorry, my mind has been stupid.
Here,
Sorry.
just write it down, 676.
Are you saying that you're not a private student?
She is. She said she is a private student.
Oh, I thought she just said no. Sorry.
Mark, you should put it in the
Okay.
educational Zoom.
Well, can I put it in this chat?
It's a
But
private
if you're
teaching.
private student,
Yeah, you won't get in unless you're a private student.
You can put it and you cannot enter unless you are a student.
Right.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Yeah, sorry, I can't ever find the schedule, so.
No problem.
There is
Okay, thank you.
Here it
there
is.
is no schedule for it because
Oh.
this is donation time. It's not a scheduled
Yeah,
teaching.
we're actually between semesters, which I think the new one starts when, Jalal, the 20th?
I think yes, 20th.
20th of September. So during this break, Jalal has graced us with his teaching on Monday, Tuesday, and
Friday.
Friday. But
Okay.
it's always, Ekmar always puts the note out in the chat. So if you look at the
Yes.
chat in the morning, you should be able to click on that chat and join.
Right, or just go back last week or whatever, in case she's, if you're just, he usually puts it in about 10 minutes before.
Or send me $10 and I will open the Zoom meeting whenever you want.
You got to learn how to make gold, Jalal, so you stop begging for money. No. Okay, very well. What I'd like to do
We'll all be in.
Go ahead,
Anybody
Gail.
there? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm listening to you.
Okay, unless anyone has anything else they'd like to bring, I want to thank Alex and all the knowledge seekers for all their input. Even if you didn't say anything, we know the souls are working together in the background. We don't have to see any of the physicality manifested. And what I'm going to do is play Traveling from the Universe, which is about 13 minutes long. And that was in the last Knowledge Seekers workshop, which basically opened it up. So I don't expect you have to stay, and then I'll play the final disclaimer unless you want to stay, because this is about 13 minutes. But I'm hoping someone in the future will come across this. I almost forgot about it, but it was about the bird in the cage and so
Dean
on
have
and so
something to
forth.
say.
Excuse me?
Hi, Mark. Hi, everybody.
Oh,
Hi,
Dean,
Jalal.
yes, please.
Hi. Thanks. I've been listening again. Sorry, I keep falling asleep. I'm sorry. So I've just woken up and I've been listening again intently. And
No
thank you very
problem,
much.
Dean, no problem. Alex here, he can start it again from beginning, no problem.
Yeah, no. And so for today, I'd like to say that it's been a special day today for one of my close relatives. It's their birthday today, and they have been in a position where they've been in some discomfort through a condition that's brought about through being a mother and giving birth to children. And the condition happens later on in life. And so I had some GANs in front of me today. And I went into the GANs with my thoughts and intentions and received the energy that I believed that she needed to receive, and gave from my thoughts and intentions to that person the energy pack, the space gap that she required on this special day. That was the first instance that happened and gave freely. Then there's another instance in a matter state condition where I've left my position physically of where I used to reside. And there's been a position where there's been a car that's been sat at my old house for some time. And I decided some time ago to give it away, and I give that away today to somebody. And I need to send them the keys and the documents so they can use it. But I should do that in the following days. So I gave that physically away with love and attention, and for them with a very big wish that they use it and enjoy the physicality of it and the protection that it gave me when I physically drove it. And they receive whatever that is they require to take them on the journeys that they need to go on in physicality, that give them the best possible outcome they could ever have through the journeys that they make within that physical condition. We could call it a car, we could call it a spaceship, you could call it whatever you like. So they receive that energy. Today also there was a position where I've noticed that there's been a slight weather change. It's got noticeably colder, all of us, not colder, but there's a chill in the air. Autumn has suddenly turned from that a very hot, sticky sort of weather that has been around for some moments to all of a sudden it's got slightly colder. And you can feel that touch of, we call it Jack Frost in the air in England. I'm not in England, as you know. And so there's been a slight change, and I felt it. There were some autumn leaves that started to drop, and one very big golden leaf dropped right on the back step of where I reside now, and it was glistening with lots of jewels, lots of raindrops, mist drops on it. So I sprayed with my thoughts and intentions the peace stone today, all across, and giving to all the peoples, all the souls that required the attention and the beauty of the knowledge. And it's very much like Jalal was saying, where you can pay, you can pay in any way you want. You'll nanocoat it yourself. You can nanocoat another being. You can hold hands with any soul. It's just a thought. We can all hold hands together now. Gather together, give our energies, create this sphere, this peace dome, just by doing it right in this very moment. Becoming that sphere and then giving that energy across, and to every person, to every soul that requires the energy in this moment, for them to be not only elevated, but to give them the beauty of the knowledge, to give them the energy and the space gap that they require, to feed them, to give them what the energy they require to sustain the most humble, beautiful presence that is the soul, and it is the beauty of what they really are. So there's been many instances today, as I've just said. It's been a wonderful day, and it's been a strange day. There's been, as usual with me, you know, there's very many emotions going on at the moment, and many field interactions going on. I have many devices and tools that I've physically constructed, as with the knowledge, and there's also been many thoughts that I've constructed, not constructed, that's the wrong word for the thought, that have manifested, that have floated past like a cloud in the very big environment of the condition of this planet. And exactly the same as a small or a large or coloured little butterfly floating past and dancing in the wind, the same thing. So those little thoughts you can gather up, and whether they're good, and then you can pass the energy forward to another and to give unconditionally. Or if they're a thought that are not quite what you want, then you can just let them float on past and leave them and let them go on their merry little way. So many instances today, and there are many ways to give and to receive and to pass on the energies to the souls, to the people in your environment, to your nation, and to each and every one of us. Which, even though we're knowledge seekers, and we have, as Jalal said, we have knowledge that is beyond. Even all of us that are present here still need energies, still need that beauty, that touch of creation, that the essence. Even if you're an enlightened being, you still need this. So I thank each and every one of you for your energy transfer, your beauty, and thank you so much for being present in this very moment. Thank you all.
Anybody else before we bring the meeting to a close?
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Marinette.
Okay, as I said, I wanted to play this just for people who may listen after. Most of us here have heard this already, not that we can't get more out of it, but I don't expect you to stay. You've all been here and you've been very gracious and beautiful stars to interact with. So I will play this. It's going to be about 14 minutes, I think, and then the final disclaimer. So if you have to go, we know it's approaching midnight in Europe, so we want people to be able to sleep. And if you want to see this, it starts off in the 395 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So you can find it right there if need be. Anyone else before we go to this that'd like to add something that's been on your mind or you've been wanting to say that you thought you could be wrong, but as we say, nobody's right and nobody's wrong?
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson.
Hello. Hello, Mark. Hello, Alex. Hello, everyone. It's Jefferson Rodriguez. Just a very fast thing that I'd like to share with you all about when we were talking about the money and giving the money and matter state and transition and soul state. And from 1 month so far, it's a personal experience. Instead of paying things with cards and credit cards, and I've been going to those ATM machine, and when I have money, of course, I just withdraw the money, and I take it home with coins and everything, and then I spray with the plasma water all of this money, and I let it dry in the coins, and they just give my wishes, the best wish, not just giving. The intention that whoever will touch it, they use that money can elevate the soul. So I've been doing this, and I feel that we can spread our energies and our thoughts and our intention in every things that we can do, even if you are not present, because sometimes you just give one bill for one person or to buy something. That bill you run all the country around, is spreading slightly, slowly, your wishes and thoughts and emotions that you put there. Just one thing that I'd like to share with you all.
Very
And thank you
interesting.
very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an idea that I had. I've been doing this, just get as much as coins I have, and I just spray with 1 cup of life, and I give it freely. The energy, take what they need. So it's one idea to spread throughout the money, the currency, as well as our thoughts and our emotion. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alex, very much. Thank you, Mark, everyone.
So that's
It's
why they're
wonderful.
going to eliminate cash, huh?
Yeah.
Too many
Yeah,
people
we
are
can
putting the
eliminate.
plasma fields on.
Yes, yes. I've
Very
been
nice
doing
thought,
it.
though.
Yeah, that's the idea that I've been doing over a month.
Yeah.
It's the bill, they're okay. My wallet seems to be lighter. When I take the money, I think I don't need even to spray, but after I spray it dries, it seems to be, it holds better the energy from the plasma field, and it goes farther away. So we'll make
Yes.
it what
And if
we
it
want.
interacts with the problem we're having, it has a tendency to drain it. And a lot of
Yeah.
people carry, like men carry their money in their front pocket many times, not always in a wallet in their back, but either way, it's working,
Yeah.
I'd say. Very nice.
Yeah, we'll help the people as much as they need. That's the intention, just give it freely, take what they need. That's it. Thank you, Mark.
Very nice point. Anyone else before we go? That's called putting plasma into circulation. Very nice, Jefferson. Very good thought. Okay, I'm going to play Traveling the Universe and the final disclaimer. And as I said, it's approaching midnight. And if you need to leave the meeting, don't feel obligated to stay. You can see this clip again in the YouTube videos of the Keshe Foundation, or in the beginning of the 395th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So thank you all, Alex, Jalal, and everyone, all the beautiful stars that have shined and will continue to shine even brighter as the time goes on. And as we learn more about our structure, we become more confident with it, be able to work with it, and traveling the universe. So thank you all, and have a wonderful rest of your day. This recording will be in the Telegram within a couple hours, hopefully. And I guess there'll be no cutout today, as Mr. Keshe wasn't able to join us, but I'm sure he's doing beautiful things, and we sense his presence with us. So thank you all again.
Uh, one of the things to consider when we speak about going to space is what do we define the space as? And what do we see or what we consider as a space? We take a space in our physical body on this planet, and at the same time, within the structure of our physical body, there is another dimension of life which we call the soul of the man. And even though it lives within the space dimensions of the body of the man, has its own life and has its own line of communication. And what we define space, going to space, we already know the inner sanctum or the creator of our physicality travels the depth of the universe, has been the space travel all the time, has a line of communication with other parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can parts of us, be it through dream we call it, or through subconscious, some people they call it, or we have the choice that physically move the physicality with its soul. In a way, we have a bird.
I'm just going to pause that for a moment. I just looked at the participants list and I see Mr. Keshe has joined us. I just want to give you an opportunity, Mr. Keshe, to come in. I was going to play this last part. Is there anything you'd like to add, or is there a reason you just came in a little at the end?
Good evening.
Yes.
No, I just came in to see what the teachings are about. I couldn't join earlier. I wasn't available.
No problem. We felt your
Thank you very much.
presence. Thank you. Thank you for showing.
Thank you very much.
Caged in the physicality of the body of man, and that bird is called the soul of the man. We can all cage and free it, because we trusted it come back in. It's very much when you have a parrot at home, you open the door, you let him fly around the house, and he comes back again and he goes in the cage. Because you trust it. It knows that's where it belongs to. And this is the process that we have made an option to man. The soul of the man is that bird, but is encaged in physicality of body of man. And for the first time, man knows, man can see that it's him who hasn't trusted the bird to be freed. And it has come the time that he does not need to see the cage to break up, to rust, that the bird can fly out, or by accident open the cage's door is open and the bird flies out. That accident is when we die on the street. The bird cage opens up. That bird still gets freed. But now we are teaching how the man has control over this door of the cage, and he trusts that the soul will come back to the body, or the bird will stay, that it can create that atmosphere of the home, the cage. This is the problem we have, and this is what we call it different ways of traveling. But to be able to free that bird without accident, or when the cage cracks, rust, and we call it death, we are teaching how to be able to control, to trust that that bird, when we release it, can come home, or can make a home that we can go to. When my children were young, 4 or 5 years old, they wanted a bird, a cockatoo. I bought them a cockatoo. And this bird in the cage was very young, few weeks old when we got him. And we used to let it free in the house. He knew he goes back in and he sleeps there and he lays egg there. And it came to the point, because of the diseases carried, we had to, the doctors told us, this bird cannot stay in the house because it's causing problem in the house, health problems. So we decided that we love the bird. We didn't want to let it go, it was part of us. So we decided if we let it free, it will die, because he didn't know how to look after himself, because he was hand fed. We decided we'd take him to a sanctuary, and we give it to a sanctuary to be kept. We carried the cage across a park, and as we were walking to go to the sanctuary in the park to be given to them, an old lady saw us. Says, "Oh, what a beautiful bird." We said, "We have a problem. We love him, but if you leave him here, we don't know if you see him." She says, "I'll look after it. Give it to me. You can come and see it anytime you like." And it was just like a gift. So we got the old lady in the car. We went to her house. We put the cage there. We showed them how to look after the bird, and the bird was free again in the room. And every now and then, children said, "Papa, can we go and see him?" So we called the lady, we go and see him, and the bird is there. And it was a new home. It was our home. And this is how the soul of the man should be. Is trusting that where he goes, he can make a home for us. So in this process, we are teaching different ways of freeing the bird or carrying the cage. The bird is still there. If you want to carry a cage and go somewhere, you get in the car. That's your spaceship. Still the cage is there and the bird inside. The cage is the body of the man and the bird is the soul of the man. Because we haven't trusted that we get the bird back. We carry the cage in the spaceship. Or there is another line of teaching, which is the understanding the structure of the cage, that you can make the cage not to rot, that then he frees the bird, but it can open up and you can carry the bird is free, you don't need to fuel it, you don't need to do anything, it travels the space of the room, the space of the garden, the space of the city, and it comes back home again. In a way, when we teach about the soul of the man, is in getting the man to trust himself. And to trust himself, he has to become detached. He has to come detached from physicality, detached from the wealth, detached from everything else. That the wealth is within me, not belonging to me. And this is where every man makes a mistake. In many of the teachings I have referred, if you understand that you can put the soul of the man to act with the soul of physicality of the man, you can make anything you like. The soul of the man is the sun,
And the soul of physicality in the palm of the hand of the man is the earth. You move it in the direction, you create water, you create food, but you don't need to have it. It creates the energy that the physicality of the man can absorb. We give the earth in the hand, in the palm of the man. He creates what he needs, he takes what he needs from it. Then, if you understand this, you allow the soul of the man to carry the soul of the physicality of the man with it. And whenever it comes, it makes that hand, that palm, 1,000 meter, 1 meter, in a cage of physicality or in a cage of non-dimension. So it's not methods of flight, it's the method of man understanding his own potential, his own grace. So because we have so many people who are so physically attached, we teach about the spaceship for years. This is what it was. They still wanted to see they can get into something. But as I said, I teach for the universe, not for the man. What we teach in the dimension of soul of the man, many travelers of the universe which hear the soul of me are educated, they understand what they missed. But as this is the last time we bring a messenger on earth, we teach everything for mankind to carry. All the rules are in the book. There shall be no more messengers. It's for man to translate knowledge. Scientifically, and then through the understanding of the soul of the man. What we call theology, ethics. Ethics of using the science in a way that does not harm no one, but it implies and applies the survival of the others. I was talking about this a few days ago, that there is a paper written by me, the station of the scientist as a prophet. The prophets we call Muhammad, Christ, or anybody, are for the soul of the man, conduct of the behavior. Scientists like beautiful Tesla and others are to elevate the same, but the physicality of the man. This time we have put the two together in one go, then there is no difference. We teach the ethics, the soul conduct, and physicality. It's for the man to understand where the two merge and when it's needed to be done. The totality which counts, not the individuality. What you can serve counts, not what serves you. So in this way, if you are physical, we have given you the spaceship, all these reactors. If you have moved in the dimension of understanding part of it, you have the dynamic system, you get some energies, you put a glass of water, you mix the energy and something else together, you're still the camel bird. You put the orange, take the energy, but you still want that physicality that you're doing something with it, you drink the water. And for the soul of those who understand the totality, then they don't need the cage, they're the free bird. And this is the essence of all the teaching. It's not different ways of flight, is understanding the existence of the universe. Then if you travel with a spaceship, who do you see? The citizens of the universe in a physical dimension. If you travel with the soul that you can create the physicality, you take that out of the equation. You travel, but you know you have connection with everybody. It's very much, as I said once, it's like you get off out of London and you go to New York.
You're there on your own, but you still pick your phone and speak to the family in London. It's not finished. Now, the soul of the man, giving the man the same opportunity. We teach for the time to come. And we teach from now till that time to come. And that time comes, is not anymore the end of the world, something will happen. It's the maturity of the one's understanding of his own creation.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.